Tuled näkku. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Erle Komets. For those of you who don't know me, and that would be most of you, at my day job, I am the head of Tax and Customs Policy Department here in Estonian Ministry of Finance. Today, I am trying out as Master of Ceremonies of sorts. This is a new role for me. And when I was complaining to people that I don't know what to say, I was admonished to keep it short and keep it moving. Because the less we speak, the more time we have for coffee breaks. And everybody knows that when you want to know what people really think, coffee break is the time when you get to know that. I am incredibly happy to see you all here today. Conferences these days are hard. We had a lot of things going against us. First, there are school holidays. Everybody's out of the country. Well, our international friends now are in the country, and we are truly happy to welcome them. Then there are a lot of competing events. I understand there is a high-level working party in Brussels. There are a few other conferences here and there. So this is why I would like to say that we are truly honored and grateful that you made it here today. Also, I know that Tallinn in October is not anybody's favorite destination. Thank you again. We have an unbelievable amount of technical expertise in this room today. But technical expertise isn't going to take us anywhere without political support. And to express that support and to send us off on our journey today with a few words of encouragement, we have a very special guest, or should I say, a special member of our family, special new member, Estonian Minister of Finance, Madam Anneli Akkermann. Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, for the 9th consecutive year, Tax Foundation has awarded Estonia the first place in its International Tax Competitiveness Index. For all these years, Estonia has been at the forefront of innovative thinking in corporate tax, striving to establish a system that is broad-based and business-friendly. Corporate income tax is notorious for being costly and complex, both for taxpayers as well as for tax administrations. To overcome these hurdles, Estonia has created a tax model that is both attractive and sustainable. However, being a small economy and a European Union member, the changes in international corporate tax landscape will not pass us by. The question of tax competition is at the core of these changes. Therefore, I'm very happy to welcome you all here today to help us explore what we have termed principled tax competition. As a Minister of Finance, I'm tasked with ensuring that our country's tax system delivers sufficient tax revenues to provide level of services fit for the modern democratic society. Efficient revenue generation is therefore the first yardsticks against which tax system must be measured. However, the same amount of taxes can be collected by a streamlined system or by a system riddled with incentives, exceptions, and inequalities. Ultimately, our goal is a system that delivers the necessary revenue at a minimal cost, while remaining neutral and ensuring that everybody contributes their fair share. How to reach these impossibly high standards? at the center of our discussion today. We have a wonderful opportunity to benefit from the shared knowledge of local and international policymakers. The views are going to be balanced with representatives of business communities who have the first-hand knowledge of what is really going on, and the speakers from various think tanks. We are particularly happy to host speakers from the Tax Foundation, European Commission, and OECD. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm wishing you a productive and challenging day. Thank you.
And with this, we are going to jump right into our first session. I am happy to welcome Daniel Bunn. Daniel is the Executive Vice President of Tax Foundation. Daniel, this was the signature you used in your latest email, so if I got your title wrong, you're going to have to forgive me. Tax Foundation needs no introduction. So Daniel is going to get us... Did something happen to my mic? No. Oh, okay. Daniel is going to get us started in looking into what is principal tax competition, and he has a couple of mates joining him, and he's going to introduce them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erla. And thank you to the Ministry of Finance. Thank you, Minister, for those opening remarks. As Erla mentioned, my name is Daniel Bunn, and as of last week, which was before the last email that Erla and I exchanged, I was made president and CEO of the organization. So it's a very special privilege to be here today and talking about tax competition and about the very technical projects that are going on and hearing from all the various experts that we have today. I want to start a little bit about myself and about Tax Foundation, but then there are three general topics that I'm going to be getting into, but I'll discuss those in a moment. Tax Foundation, if you know of us, if you haven't heard of us, I'll give you a little summary. We've been around since 1937. We're a nonprofit independent think tank, not affiliated with any political parties, but we focus on principled tax policy. We focus on pro-growth policies that provide sustainable revenue sources across the world. We have a state policy team that works with policymakers in the various U.S. states, helping them to understand where the inefficiencies and opportunities for changes in tax policy are. Many of these states have strict balanced budget requirements. So when we're looking at the policies in U.S. states, we have to pay attention to the fiscal space very closely, similar to what many countries around the world that don't have the flexible fiscal space that our federal government normally has. And that transitions a little bit to our federal policy team. Our federal policy team runs a macroeconomic model of the tax system and the impacts on the economy, on wages, on capital investment, and of course, on revenues. And revenues is kind of the point of tax policy, right? Sometimes I feel like we forget that and lost in different policies that are aimed at changing behaviors rather than supporting tax revenues generally. But our federal policy team has worked with members of Congress and the White House over many years, providing them with advice and insight into how policy might impact the economy and impact revenues and the long-term budget situation. For myself, I joined Tax Foundation in 2018 to organize an international research agenda. Now, I wasn't the first to do international research at the Tax Foundation. And in fact, this International Tax Competitiveness Index that the minister mentioned was actually started by a friend of mine who's in our audience today, Kyla Pomerlo. That index has been around for 9 years. And as the minister mentioned, Estonia has been at the top of the index for a while. And I'll talk a little bit more about why Estonia is there in a moment. But primarily, I'm interested in giving us a big picture view of tax competition today, connecting that somewhat to the two pillars, and then thinking a little bit about the future of tax competition. The first thing I'm going to talk about is what I call the twin race to the bottom. You may be familiar with the one race to the bottom associated with corporate income taxes, but I'm going to tell you about its twin. And we're going to think through how those twin races to the bottom connect in some ways to Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And I'll discuss those connections, those general links for a little bit. And then I'm going to be pivoting towards what the future for tax competition might look like. Tax competition is not ending. I don't think any of us would look at the two-pillar project and say, well, this solves everything, this changes the game so completely that there's no competitive space left over. But what I want to be talking about and why we've titled the conference Principled Tax Competition is because there's a difference between the way that some countries aim to compete for slippery revenue sources or slippery investment and the neutral broad-based tax systems that are represented here in Estonia and in neighboring Latvia. And I think as we go through this discussion, I think it will provide us with a foundation for the rest of the day as we get very quickly into the technical details and some of the more finer points of the two-pillar project. So first, this twin race to the bottom. You're likely very familiar with the dramatic shift in corporate tax rates over the last several decades. In the early 80s, corporate tax rates averaged around 40%. But then over time, those came down to the low 20s, and it's somewhat stabilized in the low 20s as far as average statutory tax rates across the world. However, we also know that over this time, it's not just about the statutory rate that has shifted. The effective tax rate on different industries, different sectors, it can be extremely low. And that could be because countries have brought in patent boxes or different research and development schemes or different tax holidays in some industries, in some companies, or for some companies, or different free enterprise zones that bring the tax rate, the effective tax rate on some profits very close or exactly to zero in some jurisdictions. This race to the bottom is kind of an interesting concept because if you look at the change in corporate tax rates and then these incentives I was just talking about, and you may think, well, the corporate tax base has been completely hollowed out. There's no corporate tax revenue for anyone anymore. And then you might look at a trend of corporate tax revenue as a share of GDP and how countries are still able, even in this environment of intense tax competition over mobile income sources, that corporate tax revenue as a share of GDP has been relatively stable. So even in this environment of this race to the bottom, of this stabilization of statutory corporate tax rates in the low 20s, there's been a change in policy that has still left corporate tax revenues relatively stable in a similar range. Now, the question is, why is this? Well, I'd say it's two aspects of the corporate tax base. One is the definition of corporate income has shifted in many countries. Some countries have expanded the definition of corporate income subject to tax. This is by limiting various deductions, and some of those being anti-avoidance measures to limit deductions in certain areas or in certain ways. And the second is the expansion of the corporate sector. And as the corporate sector expands, there's more profits subject to tax, and you're able to see a more stable path for corporate revenues, but it hasn't completely hollowed out the corporate tax base to a point where we're seeing essentially zero corporate tax revenues, as one might think with it being called the race to the bottom. Now, one of the tricky things about the corporate income tax is that it's based on these principles of residence and source and where the activity happens, and the activity can move, right? In the US, we saw a lot of companies deciding to move their headquarters outside of our jurisdiction, or countries competing for, oh, well, if that next investment opportunity is going to be in this country or that country, we want to make our system as attractive as possible so that where the activity happens and where the profits are, we can tax those. But those residence and source principles are weak and they're slippery, especially in the context of tax competition and with the rates. And I think in some jurisdictions, those special preferences that I mentioned, the patent boxes or the low rates applied in free trade zones, those were specifically designed to be able to benefit from the slipperiness, that's an interesting word for you, slipperiness of the corporate tax base in some areas. Now, residence and source aren't the only ways to tax business income. They aren't the only ways to think about where to tax business income. Another place to tax business income is in the destination, is in the market country. And I think this is where I think tax competition and the way I think about tax competition comes into a little different light. Because tax competition, what we think of as competition in the private sector competition is pushing towards the innovation frontier. It's pushing towards figuring out better ways to do things so that you can create more value for your consumers or for your shareholders or whatever. And I think that competition in the tax space you can look at it from different angles and see different things. And you can see governments innovating with policies. Now, some governments may say the patent box was a significant policy innovation. And in some ways it was. It created more mobile income locating in different locations. But the innovation that I'm talking about in this connection to the market, connection to the consumer, the final consumer, is one of value-added taxes. And we are here talking about corporate income taxes, but I think the value-added taxes is an important thing to bring up today because it is such a significant source of revenue. Now, I mentioned Tax Foundation has been around since 1937, and it's kind of fun to work for an old institution like that, to be able to go back to our archives and see where our scholars have written about interesting events in the past. And one paper that I came across in our archives a few years ago was titled Tax Harmonization in Europe and U.S. Business. Now, one might look at the title of that paper and think, oh, well, this must be about earlier versions of the CCCTB or the BFIT or some other harmonization of the corporate tax. Well, no, this paper was written in 1968, and it is about the value-added tax and shifting from turnover taxes in Europe and moving towards the value-added tax, which was a significant change that I think helped grease the skids, as we might say in the US, towards the common market, avoiding the harmful distortions that turnover taxes have on trade and on supply chains. You might want to have, put your entire supply chain under one roof to avoid the turnover taxes between different business units. But the value-added tax was an innovation that I think shows the way towards thinking about tax competition and thinking about, okay, well, governments aren't going to compete away their entire revenue base. They aren't going to compete to the point where they are looking at their budget and their finances and saying, well, we're going to figure out a way to zero out all of our revenue line items because the state is no longer meaningful. No, the state these days is sometimes very expensive. And you need stable revenue sources for the state and the necessary functions of the state. I think the concept of the state and its role in defense, the state and its role in crisis is top of mind for many these days. And with the value-added tax raising more than a large portion of what consumption taxes raise today, consumption taxes make up more than 30% of revenues in OECD countries, I think that's something we could think about and say, okay, well, there was an innovation here. And back to what I was talking about of residence and source and the market. In the market jurisdiction, the value-added tax is king because it recognizes where the final consumer is, it taxes where that consumption happens, and it does it in a relatively efficient way. And some of you who are very smart, there are many very smart people in this room. You might see where I'm going with my next portion of my talk. Because Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, you see some of these concepts. You see in Pillar 1 this idea of allocating new taxing rights to the market. With Pillar 2, you see a tightening of the screws on what might be available to tax in the residence and source jurisdiction so that you're not giving away the tax base through these various preferences or zero rates or low effective tax rates in different ways. But I think it's interesting that in the context of the tax competition that was leading to lower effective rates and the value-added tax coming on board, and I am going to head back for a moment to tell you about the evil twin, or the other twin, race to the bottom. Because, with this shift to the market, the value-added tax is not simply being stabilized and everybody looking at it and saying, oh, this is a fantastic revenue source, we're going to rely on it as much as we can. No, there's a race to the bottom in value-added tax as well, as every week it seems like another country is saying, oh, there's this piece of the value-added tax base that needs to be carved out, or there are these exemptions that need to be protected. And you're hollowing out an efficient revenue source in the market jurisdiction. And then I look at Pillar 1 and I say, well, if countries are wanting to hollow out their market-oriented tax policy in this way, and then we have Pillar 1 coming along and saying we're going to have market-oriented tax policy or destination-based tax policy in a different area, it seems like a little contradiction in my mind. But with Pillar 1, it's not a full allocation of the market. As Akim might tell you, it's a slice of a slice of a slice for the special companies, right? But the principle is clearly there, that there is a desire to shift something toward the market jurisdiction, but without this context that over on the other side, the value-added tax is being undermined by policies that are desirous of reallocating the way the incidence of the value-added tax occurs. Now, you see, when I think of incidents, I think of, okay, well, who bears the burden, who benefits? And with consumption taxes, I think it's worthwhile thinking of who consumes and who might benefit from an exemption from a consumption tax. Well, it turns out that the better off in society are much more likely to consume more and much more likely to benefit more in aggregate from different carve-outs from the value-added tax. And I wonder if this shift to the market in Pillar 1 is going to be subject to some of those same thinking of like, well, maybe this product is going to be treated in one way, or this product is going to be treated in this way, or the safe harbor needs to be a certain size, and it gets all in a muck, I would say. Now, Pillar 2, on the other hand, it's interesting. It's the one more geared, I'd say, to, in theory, ending tax competition. But I think one thing that I would say is that the carve-outs there are also more geared to certain activities and broad-based neutral policies than what you would see in incentive structures elsewhere. Now, it doesn't make a real distinction between these. It doesn't say, I made a joke back when, I think it was last summer, when it was agreed that there was going to be this end to the race to the bottom and that these policies were going to accomplish that. And the joke that I made was, I guess, France and the UK have decided to abandon their patent boxes. But that was not the policy. That was maybe an implication of the policy in some circumstances and in some ways at some point possibly. But what we see now, and moving into my final point here, the possibility for the future of tax competition to shift dramatically away from special incentives, from specially designed tax systems for certain activities in certain places by certain companies, to broader-based neutral policies. And I'm not certain, it's possible that Pillar 2 could help, but I think one of the things that as we move into this future, the example of Estonia is one that I think more countries should look to, because the system here is the initial ingredient. So we talk about principal tax policy, but I haven't mentioned any principles other than resident, source, and destination. But the principles that we hold to in the Tax Foundation are those of transparency, neutrality, simplicity, and stability, and these are baked into our index. And this is why when the minister comes up here and says that they are interested in having a neutral, stable tax system, and I'm like, exactly, that is why Estonia is number one. It is that desire to see those principles flow through in real tax policy and in real public finance to be able to say that that is what other countries should be aiming for. Broad-based policies that are efficient, that gear towards supporting innovation, growth, investment, and are a stable revenue source for the public sector. And that's why, when Estonia adopted their system back in 2000, and then Latvia came along in 2018, and then I know that Georgia has a similar system, and there have been these discussions in different jurisdictions about, well, what's the Estonian model look like? How can we patch that onto the Polish system? Or different ideas like that. And I think a lot of times the lesson is that it needs to be baked into the entire policy to say that principles of neutrality and simplicity are going to be there from the start to the end and as a solution for tax administration, for tax compliance, and for raising revenue. And so when I think about the future of tax competition, I think of the pillars, I think of the shift towards the market, I think of the past of tax competition, the innovation that brought value-added tax on, the race to the bottom in corporate income tax rates that kind of leveled out in the 20s, and the revenue was relatively stable, but then the race to the bottom in value-added tax where there's just, I'd say there's more holes in some value-added tax systems than Swiss cheese. But where we are today, I think, looking forward, countries need to prioritize policies that are straightforward, broad-based, that are neutral toward business and individual decision-making, avoiding distortions on the decision to invest or to work, and geared towards growth long-term. I know that right now is an incredibly uncertain time. I look at the inflation rates in my country and in this country and around the world, and I think that policymakers need to be looking towards stable policies that are designed in such a way that we can be thinking towards growth in the future. And I think a principled tax competition geared towards broad-based neutral tax policies as those embodied in the way we measure countries in the index is the way forward. So again, thank you so much for attending today. We're going to move into a little conversation with two of my good friends, but I just wanted to open with that general framework for the day. And at this time, I'll invite Krister and Elena up, and I'll give them a short introduction as they come to the stage. Elena Leontieva is the president of the Lithuanian Free Market Institute. She has been in the tax policy space and the public finance space for many years, and she's going to provide us a little bit of the history of these proposals and as they have come into line. And then Krister Andersen, another dear friend who has been for many years associated with Business Europe and was the chairman of the tax committee there and continues to be involved with the Economic and Social Committee with the European Union. And so now we're going to pass it over to Elena, and she's going to give us some remarks as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. In 1990, when we have broke up from the Soviet Empire, Lithuania was the first country to do that. We had to create all institutions for people to be free. And we started actually from the blank page, and we had to create all the institutions. I was lucky enough to get involved from the very beginning of the Lithuanian Free Market Institute in 1990, establishing the principles for the credit and banking system, then drafting all background legislation for the capital market and stock exchange. Yes, we started very early, already in 1992. Then in 1994, we drafted the Litas credibility law, which put the grounds for the sound and stable currency, the same as Estonians had. And we benefited from a sound monetary policy, which was very neutral policy for 21 years before joining Euro. And then in 1994, as we made order with the basic financial and capital market institutions, the time came to look at the tax system. And our passion was to get away from the relics of the Soviet tax system, which were still very much present at that time in our system. And we also looked at the Western traditional corporate profit tax, and we found out a lot of flaws there. So we understood that we really have to think afresh about the system that we want to create. Here I briefly mention basic flaws of a traditional corporate tax. You know, the double taxation by corporate tax, in personal income tax by VAT, accounting, financial accounting is doubled by the fiscal accounting to allow certain deductions from the taxable profit, perplexing rules, and as a result, in many cases, expenditures of companies are being taxed as profit. Then advance payment, which is really a peril, especially in these days when companies lack resources, but they still have to credit the state by the advance payment of corporate profit tax. And investment are penalized because investment can be only done by profit which is already taxed. So it is no wonder that such system also creates a lot of motivations for manipulating income, expenditure, and the gray economy. So we thought that we have to find out a way out of this traditional system. And what we modeled is very well known to you because it equals to the Estonian model. We understood that the taxation of corporations should be shifted to the moment when dividends are being distributed to the owners. And until earned profits are used within the company for investment, any purpose of investment, these profits should not be taxed. So and what I should mention that this model is not just sound if we look at economic meaning, but it is also a tax which makes human liberty, responsibility, creativity possible. So we need those flat, neutral, simple and transparent taxes in order to allow human beings to act freely, not to tempt them into all kind of manipulations which traditional tax system unfortunately provides a lot. So for us it was mainly a passion for really people being freed, especially from the Soviet heritage, because Soviet heritage, believe me, is a very strong one, and it invites people to a lot of violations and manipulations. So in 1994, we were able to print this, to hold a 2 days international conference and to print this very, very modest booklet presenting the idea that corporate profit tax should be shifted to the moment of dividends payment, and there should be no traditional corporate profit tax. The conference was attended by our Prime Minister. He got the idea quite well, and it's interesting that before the conference I already told to my colleagues, I don't believe that the authorities will go for the radical reform, but I'm pretty sure that reinvested profit will be relieved from taxation. And so it happened, and already in 1997, all profit reinvested into production, not all, but production, was relieved from taxation, so we used zero tax rate. But let me go to a very interesting chronology of how Baltic states coped with the corporate income tax new model. So 1995, we developed this model, which was very well received within the society. And people really understood that we need investment to make our economy fresh and competitive. And those years where we had this zero profit on reinvested profits really marked the change of all technological equipment of our industry. We really became Western-oriented economy. So it was a major breakthrough for our economy. And what is most important, that when investments are based on earned profit, the allocation of resources in society is the most efficient. It is very different from investment which is done through the government subsidies. We know the difference in the efficiency. So that was a very important year. And as I mentioned, the Prime Minister was touched by the idea, so it was put into official government program to abolish corporate profit tax and in interim to use this zero rate on reinvested profit. But the governments change very quickly in the years of reform, as you know. So already in 2 years, we had another government. And again, in the government program, there is a different wording, but the same idea. We have to go ahead. And the year 2000, again, look how it is worded. SIT will be abolished, deferring it to dividends. Very, very recognizable statement to you. But this dedication of Lithuanian government and this demonstration of our willingness in a way acted against us. The idea spread around, and we get a warning from the European Commission that doing this radical reform in a way would harm our accession to the European Union. And the government decided to step back. In the meanwhile, Estonia, which did not publish that much ideas, which acted very pragmatically, after Mart Laar won the election, the law was introduced, and I know from some of the colleagues from Estonia that the legal provisions to implement the law had to be drafted just in 2 weeks before the new year of 2020. So Estonians really moved bravely, quickly, and I use this chance to thank for this breakthrough, because it's important for all of us. And it's no wonder that Latvia followed this example, because we really saw all the benefits, and we see also that redistribution eventually is much higher than it is under the traditional model. And then Poland introduced it partially. Still, it is important as a tendency. It's a recognition. They still lack maybe braveness to go for the full reform, but you know it's optional. Companies can choose this model. And in Lithuania, after elections in 2020, our government again put the provision to consider relief of reinvested profits from the tax. And we would go ahead quickly, but at that time already the OECD initiative started. So there was a rumor that the defense profit model will become illegitimate. So why should we introduce it for half a year and then we would have to go away from it? So we were waiting for the decisions from OECD, and what was my joy when I learned that Estonians were able to defend the model and that it is really a legitimate model. And it was really important, not just for Estonia, for the whole global competition we are speaking about today. It was really a prime level victory. But the EU model, although it allows to go for this Estonian solution, there is no free entry. So I put here some points which are most problematic for innovative and really principled competitive tax tendency in the future. There is no equal access, because countries which would opt for Estonian model later would have to allocate, companies in those countries would have to allocate profits annually, while Estonians and Latvians are allowed to do that every 4 years, right? Extension from MNEs to national entities. That was a big move downside. And then inflation makes the threshold really scandalous, and I cannot not to remember the Estonian first disagreement with the EU directive proposal, especially on the threshold. There could not be threshold in the directive put in absolute numbers. With a 24% inflation in Estonia and Lithuania, you can calculate easily how the threshold is shifting down. Extension of bureaucracy, of course, is incredible, and competition is shifted to the margin. Companies and nation states still compete, but it really goes to this slippery competition on what is the tax base and so on. So this is not productive competition. And we know a lot about the economic role of competition in taxation, but let me put your attention to some of the less admitted role of tax competition. The moral case for tax competition. We know that our democracies live through a very dangerous time. There were no limits set to how far democracies can extend. So we see a huge rent-seeking everywhere. Rent-seeking in expenditures of the state, rent-seeking in tax benefits, populism everywhere, demoralization, and proposals like UBI, which mean that people could live without any merit, without creating anything and serving other fellows in the society. These ideas, of course, are destructive for the society. And I want to use this chance to warn that really we are approaching the moment when it will be very difficult to stop democracy from devouring itself. And in this situation, tax competition looks like a last resort, which still puts some limit on state appetite, which puts some limit on the state functions, on the extension of public spending. So tax competition, of course, people speak a lot about the evils related to in some cases with competition, but if we abolish competitions, the evil would be much more comprehensive. The evil would be much more dangerous, and it would be much more difficult to stop the society from this overextension of the state and moving probably to the worst scenarios of how a state could look like. So tax aligned with the human liberty is also providing us a responsible and viable democracy. And this is something which we should really appreciate when we speak about tax competition, which allows us to innovate, to look from those blank pages. Sometimes when we get too far with complexity, to learn from the best examples, to go away from the worst examples and practices, and so to be able to learn from the best, to be able to compete in the domain where competition is really fruitful for the society, where competition really allows human beings to produce, to invest freely, efficiently, saving the resources. So this is the invisible role of tax competition. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a big pleasure today to use at this conference to find out that by discovering tax models for our Baltic countries, we in Estonia, in Lithuania, and in Latvia, we actually enhance tax competition globally. Isn't that a very great endeavor of those small post-Soviet states? Keep it alive.
Yes, keep it alive. I think that's a very good word at the end. My name is Christer Andersson, and I am the Vice President of the Employers Group of the European Economic and Social Committee. And this advisory body in Brussels was founded together with the European Parliament in the Treaty of Rome in 1957. And it expresses a lot of views on all proposals and communications from the Commission and some other initiatives from the Parliament and the like. I speak here in a personal capacity, not as the voice of the European Economic and Social Committee. I could speak on that behalf as well if it came to DEBRA, because yesterday we voted on an opinion on DEBRA unanimously, 187 zero against, but we call for a complete revision of the Commission proposal for DEBRA. Not that we didn't like the objective that the Commission has presented of DEBRA, but the technicalities were not what we would like to see. So workers, consumer groups, and employers were all united to call for a revision. But now I will turn to my presentation in my personal capacity, and I will talk about the tensions between tax harmonization and tax competition. I will focus mainly on the European aspects, so Achim can be assured here it's not going to be so much about the OECD, but a little bit. I would like to start by saying that I have followed the European tax policy agenda for a couple of decades very closely. And I think it's important to recognize that the view on tax competition from the Commission has really changed, say, over the last 10 years. If we go back to the work on the Common Consolidated Corporate Tax Base and its original presentation in 2011, it was explicitly stated that fair competition on tax rates is to be encouraged. And that was the whole idea behind the CCCTB. You should be open, you should be transparent, but you should compete with tax rates. This view, I have to admit, has changed since. And if we go to, for instance, we could just look at one occasion. We can go to the speech of the Commissioner Šemeta. In his competition speech in 2014, well, he was still positive to tax competition. He said that healthy and fair tax competition can contain the tendency of certain governments to use tax hikes as the solution to all their problems. But it was already creeping in a little bit more skepticism to tax competition, but nothing compared to what has happened since. If we turn to July 2020 and the communication on tax good governance in the EU and beyond, it's very obvious that tax competition is presented as a very negative and it's presenting a risk of a race to the bottom of corporate taxes. Here I have to disagree a little bit with Daniel and his presentation here today. I don't share the view that we have had a race to the bottom and that we should be afraid of a race to the bottom since there hasn't been one. I agree with David Bradbury of the OECD that there has not been a race to the bottom. There has been a race to the middle, to 20% range. I think that is what we have witnessed. And as Daniel said, at the same time we have seen corporate tax revenues being kept up or even increasing as share of GDP. So I think it has been portrayed as something scary for politicians, that they will lose all revenue, or most of it at least, because there is a race to the bottom. There is no race to the bottom. And there is no race to the sky either if they increase tax rates to some extent. We don't have these extremes. We have something much more in the middle. Well, from the Commission perspective, fragmentation is also perceived as very harmful. But I think here we have to recognize that one size doesn't fit all, because when you legislate in the tax area, you must take into account the legal structure, the other tax rules you have in place. The country-specific framework where these directives or special measures ought to be introduced, or for that matter, OECD proposals, have to fit in the legal structure for each country. It's not only for CFC legislation or other measures, anti-abuse measures, it's also the overall structure. And of course, the Estonian and Latvian tax systems are clear evidence that one size doesn't fit all. What is designed for Germany and France may not be so appropriate for a country like Estonia, or for that matter, Sweden, where I come from. From a business perspective, of course, it would be very helpful and conducive to investments if we could see similar or same rules across countries, same implementation, same legal application of it, and also countries agreeing and avoiding taxing you twice or 3 times or even more. So there is a tension here for how to promote investments for an economic union and for a country. But we have to recognize that countries are different. I would like to say something about big versus small countries. I think it's well known that smaller countries typically have lower corporate tax rates than big countries. And big countries have increasingly over the last decade or two become more and more negative for the competition they perceive from smaller countries with lower rates. And therefore they have called on measures to actually no longer have, as the Commission said in 2011, any system that encourages tax competition in the area of rates. So the rate itself has become an issue, even though it was said before that rates are up for countries to decide themselves in the European Union. I think one has to recognize that equal rates across countries is not creating a level playing field. Typically, smaller countries in the periphery of Europe have lower rates because they have a disadvantage competitive-wise by being in the periphery, maybe not having natural resources, maybe not having the proper infrastructure or education level for all sectors of their economy. So one way to, as a finance minister, to compensate for that is to have a somewhat lower corporate tax rate. So, and if you get rid of that lower rate, you do not create a level playing field for that country. So what would it take to get more competitive tax structure in Europe? I've asked that question many times. I don't know if I've ever found a good answer to it, but it is of course worth thinking about. I think we need to see proposals that are in the interest of all member states. All member states must perceive that there is something for me by a better functioning of the single market, that Europe becomes more competitive, that we have something that's aligned with the tax structure of my country as well as for other countries. But a lot of the discussion has unfortunately been how can we override the views of those countries that do not comply immediately or do not seem to want to adopt the strategy that's on the table. I think that's a mistake. You must be able to convince countries that this is good, and the only way to do that is to have good proposals. And then, of course, you cannot present a proposal like the DST, Digital Services Tax, which came out, I don't know where it came from, but it certainly came at the European level with force. And it was clearly not in the interest of many member states. You cannot pursue such a direction of policies. You will not get the support, and you will get a lot of skepticism for future proposals, which may be good, but politicians will be very reluctant to accept also good proposals. So I think it's important to come up with good proposals and also well-structured and legally based proposals. And we need to have people like Uwe Ihli and colleagues of his with a solid legal background and in policy making and actually writing tax laws, to have influence and to really design the proposals. There are often major flaws if you have people like myself. I'm an economist, to design tax law. Economists are not very good at it, but they have gained a lot of influence on proposals, and we need to respect the competence of people with a legal background when you actually make tax laws. The last decade, I have to admit that there have been very few business-friendly proposals from the European Commission. I can basically only recall one, and that was the proposal in 2017, which became a directive on dispute resolution. That was a very good initiative by the Commission, and it was implemented. That was clearly pro-business, pro-investment, pro-growth. But even so, when it came to Pillar 2, the dispute resolution mechanism was not included for Pillar 2 considerations. I believe that AFREM is now rethinking a strategy here to have a dispute resolution mechanism at the OECD level. I was surprised and I was disappointed that that could not be included in the Pillar 2 proposal from the Commission, with such a good outcome of the directive on dispute resolution. Why not use it? I know there are technicalities, but still, if you have something good, pursue it. I think there has been another tendency, if you allow me to elaborate on it, and that has been intentions to circumvent unanimity in decision-making in the tax area at the European level. I think it's a pity. One has to be careful. I think the rule of law is very important, and in particular for the European Commission and for the OECD policymakers to adhere not to the principle and to the letter of rule of law. And that means we have a treaty with unanimity in the taxation area, then we should respect it. But we have unfortunately seen occasions where it has not been respected. We saw the public country-by-country reporting, which was presented on a legal basis that only required qualified majority voting. The legal services said it was the wrong legal basis, but to change the legal basis, you needed unanimity, and you could not get that. So it was passed as an accounting issue rather than a tax issue. I think this is not very good. The Commission has the prerogative of choosing legal basis. It has to be exercised with the utmost strictness when you apply which legal basis to use. Very recently, we saw a proposal on windfall taxes due to the energy price crisis in Europe. It was not called a tax. It was called, I think, a solidarity contribution. Yeah, maybe innovative, good for a party to discuss it, but it is a tax, and why not call it a tax if it's a tax? I don't think one should manipulate in this way. I think it's very dangerous for the trust and for the possibility and ability to get good directives across at the European level. Let me conclude. I think there is a need to return to credibility, and there is a need to stop exerting massive pressure on smaller countries. I see it in the Nordic perspective. The Nordic countries are relatively small. It's bigger than Estonia and the Baltic countries, but I can witness a lot of political pressure exerted on smaller member states. I think that is not appropriate. I think it should be convincing arguments based on very good proposals. Then you would not have to twist arms to try to get countries to agree. That is not an appropriate approach for cooperation. And furthermore, I listened to a presentation and discussion this week in Brussels. I attended part of the Accountancy Europe conference on sustainable tax systems. I listened to Benjamin Onchel and Paul Tang from the European Parliament, the FISC committee, discussing the need to have more scandals in Europe. Because it's only if you have a scandal that you can promote a European agenda in the tax area. I think that is a major weakness if you can only pursue a needed European agenda in times of crisis. I don't think we need to search for new scandals, which Paul Tang encouraged the audience to do, to find new scandals. I don't think that's the way we should approach it. We should really try to get a competitive system in member states and in Europe overall. And we should not disregard the views of more than 100 million Europeans by going from unanimity to qualified majority. That means that the views of 100 million Europeans can be disregarded. I don't think that's a good democratic approach to decision making. And we need to come back to a situation where also smaller countries matter for the policy direction. Smaller countries have proven to be very good at competition and to take care of their public finances and also their tax policies. And we should continue and we should learn from it. We should also turn to new challenges. We spent many years now on the BEPS project. OECD analyzed and concluded that base erosion profit shifting amounted to 0.35% of GDP in misallocated tax revenue. That's a fraction of a percent of GDP. It's a very big amount, nevertheless. It was and is important. I fully recognize and agree with that. But you need to address more than 0.35% of GDP. There are so many challenges out there to get growth in the economy. We have the whole area of teleworking, cross-border teleworking. Many companies have now a challenge with employment, and people demand to be able to work from home, and sometimes it means crossing a border when you work in another country. There are so many other aspects that needs to be addressed, real issues. And it's time to address not only how can you collect the last penny in tax revenues, but to make sure there is a whole euro or dollar to actually collect. So I think if we do not manage this well, I fear that we will have continued very sluggish productivity growth in the European economy. We will have too little investment, too few jobs. We will face social consequences of such policies. That concerns me a lot. I think there is a real risk of populism all over Europe if you cannot deliver sound economic policies and that creates investment and growth. So that is something our politicians have to do, and they have to be helped by international organizations like the Commission and the OECD. I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a seat. Well, from there, we're going to get into a little bit of a chat among the three of us. Christer, I thank you for that correction. You're absolutely right that it is a stabilized kind of low 20% statutory corporate tax rates. My only point was that if you pay attention to some of the incentives below that, there is a different floor. I'm curious, Christer, as we talk about those incentives, Europe is especially a laboratory for some of these patent boxes or R&D schemes and things like that. And I wonder, from your perspective, what the way forward for some of those policies are in the context of the pillars, or in the context of what the right approach is for tax policy, especially connected to innovative activities.
Well, I think the whole, so many new incentives have been created and promoted. Patent boxes is clearly one of those. National governments have pursued it. It has been acknowledged and even promoted by international organizations. I think we should rethink, is that the best strategy? Do we need to collect a lot of money and then give concessions or subsidies? Is that the right approach? We see what problems it creates with when you are to implement Pillar 2 and other tax proposals. I think we should go back and revisit those incentives. I realize that many businesses do not like me saying that. And of course, businesses would like, some businesses are thinking of themselves as recipients of subsidies, and they would like to get the money. I fully understand. But maybe, as if we talk about policy making, I think we should think twice. And unfortunately, we have seen a development in Europe and elsewhere that we should promote our own businesses. We have strategic investment decisions. We should have subsidies for not for everything, but almost. Is that really the way to go? I doubt it.
I also doubt it. I think one of the interesting things that has come through this process is the way that some governments may look at the rules, look at new opportunities for competing, and the opportunities for competing are more on the subsidy route than even on the tax policy route. Elena, you've observed these debates over many years, and I wonder, Christer was talking a little bit about the small country perspective and how important different policy tools are for smaller countries than larger countries. I remember our Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary Yellen, made some remarks about the global minimum tax, and this is a rough quote, but she was mentioning that this is a new phase for competition where we're going to be competing on different institutions, infrastructure, educated workforce, and this is a competition that apparently the U.S. is going to win. And I wonder, from a small country perspective, you hear that, and I wonder what your reaction might be.
Yeah, so this is a competition in establishing very strong bureaucratical tools, and we as a small country are not able to do that. And I think we are at the point when we should say we cannot stand extension of bureaucracy anymore. But this is happening right now. And look at this time of crisis, how difficult it is to put through any simple decision. And we need decisions, right? Mm-hmm. So bureaucracy is extending, and for a small country, it will be very difficult to compete, of course, because naturally a small economy is much more dependent on openness, on foreign investment, and so on. And to get to your first question about subsidies, it is really up to the political level, either to tempt people to get involved in this subsidy provision, all kind of tax benefits. And of course, when people use R&D, tax relief, and so on, they get used to it. So the mentality of human being is changing. It's very much like Soviet times. You benefit not by serving the society on the market, but getting some benefits from the state. And this is completely disgusting. So for politicians, I think it should be a priority not to tempt people, because if you put this virus in the society, it's very difficult to stop it.
Yeah, I think of the rolling expansion of different subsidies and subsidies on top of subsidies. One example that I thought was really interesting, and I'm not sure if Stefano, who is speaking later, will be able to speak to it at all. But one of the interesting things that happened last year is that Italy effectively removed its patent box. But that wasn't the end of the policy decision. It replaced it with a 190% super deduction for research and development. And in some ways, you're moving from the profit side incentive to the expenditure side incentive. But it's kind of a rotating chairs as far as the incentive structure generally. I want to talk a little bit about what you were saying, Christer, about the tension between harmonization and competition. One of the things, especially looking at the way things have worked in the U.S. states, where states can choose their own path as far as how closely they want to align with the federal tax code, or even align their systems with other jurisdictions. It's convenient, and that's in a way that's not necessarily true in Europe, that we all speak the same language. So the regulatory schemes and structures are all kind of similar, but there's plenty of confusion and complexity even within that competition. I wonder if there's a framework for filing and remitting and things like that for harmonizing things that's even possible without necessarily looking at the harmonization of the underlying policy, or if you kind of have to do both in tandem.
Well, I think a lot could be achieved by having a more streamlined administrative approach and cooperation between tax authorities in Europe. E-filing, e-invoicing, accepting the same standard for reporting. I think in Europe we have a major problem. Each country say, well, it's fine, we have master file, but then we have our file. You have to file both. I mean, if we could just agree on what is really needed and to implement that, being in Estonia, probably electronically, even though as a Swede, I of course like the paper industry as well. But it should be done efficiently, and we could coordinate a lot more. I think one development which is sort of problematic, and I'm sure we will address this today, is sort of the principles for Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Being an economist, I can truly say that I don't know where value is created. Is it when you innovate, when you produce? Is it when you actually sell? So we have agreed on the international principles, and it's basically, we used to adhere to the principle, it's where you innovate, you finance, you have your headquarters, you produce. Now we are, in my view, blurring the concepts, and we are talking about sort of the destination-based corporate taxation. I think it's very different from a destination-based consumer tax or VAT. There I can understand it, even though in a European context, an origin principle was for a long time on the table. I have to admit that I thought that was a pretty good idea. It was abandoned by the Commission and member states, and we came to this fully fledged destination-based approach in VAT with all its reporting requirements. Are we really going to do something similar when it comes to corporate taxation? Is this just the beginning? Is Pillar 1 designed by, well, not by the OECD, but with help of the OECD? Is that what we're going to do? When it came to this windfall tax in energy, I mentioned, that is basically an application of Pillar 1 already. So we already have these thoughts creeping into decision-making in other areas. Is that really what is appropriate? I'm not convinced, but hopefully someone, well, hopefully no one can convince me, because, but maybe I'm open for it. The same with Pillar 2. I mean, is it really a principle-based method that if you have a big country with high tax rates, you will be able to use the patent boxes and all these extra provisions without being hit by the 15% minimum? But if you're a smaller country with a lower rate because you're in the periphery of Europe or somewhere else, you will be hit by the 15%. So why should big countries be allowed to use it and smaller ones not? What is the principle of allowing other countries to tax entities that they don't even have a connection to, basically? Is that really what we want to achieve? I can understand Germany and France and maybe the US for advocating such a view. But I think if you were to ask smaller countries, they would not have come up with that idea.
I think one of the things you mentioned, you're talking about splitting the profit into different categories, or we're splitting companies into different categories as well. And you know, from my point of view, it violates essentially the principle of simplicity and the principle of neutrality, that you are being selective with how you tax different companies depending on their size. Elena, you talked about a little bit of the history of this policy and the need for, you know, a different mindset than the traditional corporate tax. But, you know, relative to this splitting up companies and profits, it's like a very black and white kind of situation. I'm curious on your thoughts on that.
You mean?
With respect to, you know, the way these policies are targeting certain, you know, excess profits or super profits versus a kind of a generally applicable rule. Yeah.
Yeah. So all of these policies are a replacement of an Estonian profit tax. And if there is no one rule for all, one rule which makes all kind of investment viable, possible, and productive, then of course authorities look for the ways to induce special kind of investments, special kind of industries, and so on. And there is no end to this list. So people will press to make new and new lists. And if you have in mind these super profits, sure, and so on, then of course it's also very wrong, or maybe a lacking of understanding of the role that profit plays. Again, an invisible role of profit. We see on the surface that, yes, profit helps the company, profit is, the shareholders are interested in the profit, but the society is, as whole, is interested in profit-making mechanism as a way to allocate resources, to put them in the best use for the whole society. So we don't see this. And especially the new green movement, when they speak that now we have to replace this profit-seeking economy, market economy, by something based on, I don't know what, state subsidies. But state subsidies will create much a bigger misallocation of resource and much more problems for the future of the planet. So, I mean, we really have to go into the ontology of profit to find out what is the role of profit in the survival of humanity. I would put it so high.
And on that note, I want to close with back to one of my original points about what the purpose of tax policy is. It's to raise revenue. It's for the financing for the state. And I wonder if, I feel many times I enter into tax policy conversations and, well, the revenue is a question because it, affects the budget, but it's secondary or tertiary even. Krister, I wonder if, from your perspective, if we've forgotten the purpose of what tax is for, if we're, aiming for all these different policies and the complexity that they bring with them.
Well, I think it's a very important point, of course, that you need to raise revenue. That's why we have taxes. It's not to be evil that you introduce taxes. I think we need more of analysis on excess burden, how you collect it, what the implications are. I think there's way too little analysis on the consequences. But I have to give OECD credit for Action 11, very late in the process, but nevertheless demonstrating how big is the problem. We need more of that type of analysis. And let me also say that I think it's, I don't want to, I resent some of the criticism against the Commission and the OECD and organizations. I think we have to recognize that many of us have worked as civil servants. We have very professional staff at the Commission, at the OECD. They deliver according to the requirements made on them. I mean, politicians, many heads of states know very little about taxation. But they get together at a big meeting somewhere, and they get this picture taken, and then there is an assignment to the OECD or to the Commission staff to do something. I mean, I think they do a very good job given the situation they are in, and we should not really shoot the messenger. And I hope I haven't done this here today. It's really professional work, but I think policymakers, we need to make them aware of the decision-making process, and we should probably recall that the purpose of taxes is to collect money more than anything. Well, maybe a little bit with the exception of the CO2 and environmental issue. But it's really, what I'm worried about is sort of almost populist views pushed onto organizations by policymakers and also orchestrated in media. Very short-term, very populist views. It's very difficult to deliver, and I think even if I'm sort of criticizing a lot of proposals from the Commission and the OECD, given the pressure they're under and the decision-making process, it's a good outcome. They do everything they can. But we need to make sure that politicians understand and to enlighten them on the process.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a lot of folks exercising as much prudence as they can within the constraints.
Yeah.
And that's, that gets back to, the role of governments in thinking through long-term sustainable fiscal policy. And instead of having a mindset of I'm going to tax my enemies and subsidize my friends, I want to be able to raise revenue and have rules that are sound. I think we are coming to a close here, and I'm going to pass things back over to Erla before we go to our first coffee break.
Thank you. We have an option now, whether we allow the secret Estonian plan come together and break for coffee 4 minutes early, or we take a question from the floor. Daniel, how do you feel? I'm thinking
Depends on who asks the question. No.
we have plenty of time for questions at the other sessions today, so
Yeah.
I would suggest coffee.
Okay. Are we ready for coffee? Okay, it's unanimous. And so ordered.
And
Thank you so much.
we'll meet you here again 11:30.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So, welcome back, all of you. I have to say, I most enjoyed our first session. There were some really intriguing ideas presented, lot of thought-provoking questions, and I'm sure our second session is going to be even better, and you're even feeling more invigorated after coffee and sandwiches. So in the second session, and it's titled Upcoming Policy Adjustments, we will go back to the source. We will go back to where it all started, as we have a representative from OECD.
Oh, that's very exciting.
And we have a mix of small and big countries. We have Helen and Robert from Estonia and Hungary, and the big question is, can they take the US? We'll see. Panel is going to be led by Edwin Visser, a renowned Dutch tax expert. Welcome.
Thank you, Erline. Good morning to all of you. Yes, we're going to talk about tax policy developments, and there are many of them, I think. We'll talk about support, critical mass, the relationship between Pillar 1 and the support for that, and the interaction with the support for Pillar 2. We're going to talk about critical issues for the success of Pillar 2, like tax certainty and dispute resolution. Chris also already mentioned that. We'll talk about US developments, EU developments, new forms of competition, and we'll have sufficient number of stakeholders being involved in the process, like tax administrations, accountants. So, a lot to talk about. I'm not going to do the talking myself. That will be done by my esteemed panel. Achim Prost, Deputy Director of the Center for Tax Policy and Administration of the OECD. I think one of the main architects of Pillar 1, Pillar 2. I think you're the only one, Achim, that knows the model rules by heart, I think. That's.
I'm not commenting on that.
No, well, you don't. Then we have Helen Paapil from the Estonian Ministry of Finance. She's Tax Policy Advisor to the Deputy Secretary General for Financial and Tax Policy, delegate for Estonia to the CFA, the Committee of Fiscal Affairs of the OECD, and also tax treaty negotiator. Then we have Robert Csabai, Head of the International Taxation and Transfer Pricing Department at the Hungarian Ministry of Finance, delegate to the CFA of the OECD, and in fact, Robert, I understand, responsible with your department for all international tax issues in Hungary, from negotiations in the EU, OECD, your competent authority, you're negotiating treaties, doing maps and APA, so the whole lot of it. Quite impressive.
It needs to go in 10 minutes.
Thank you, Edwin. It was just brought to my attention that I forgot to mention a couple of essential points. We will take questions from the floor, but we don't have a microphone. So on your cards, there is, at the bottom, if you see, there is a slider and a hashtag. So if you go to slider.com, put in a hashtag, you will be able to enter your questions there, and they will go straight to the panel lead, who will be able to read them and, well, guide the answers.
Thanks, Erla. And if you don't know how to use Slido, ask the question. I'll repeat it for the audience that has joined virtually. Last but not least, Will McBride, Vice President of Federal Tax Policy at the Tax Foundation, where you lead research into modeling and reforming the US tax code, Will, if I understand correctly. So welcome. My name is Edwin Visser. I'm Tax Policy Leader in the EMEA region at PwC, also member of the Global Leadership Team, Tax Policy at PwC. And until 2015, I worked for the Dutch government. Last role was being Deputy Director General for Tax Policy and also representing the Netherlands at the Committee on Fiscal Affairs. So without further ado, Achim, if you would like to take the floor and, well, maybe take a step back and you know, remind us all, you know, what were the tax policy principles underlying Pillar 2? Is it about addressing the remaining BEPS issues? Is it about global minimum tax or tax harmonization? But also maybe, well, going back to the principles that Daniel mentioned, like objectivity and neutrality, etc. And you're not going only to talk about Pillar 2, but also about the broader OECD agenda, I think. And do you want to take the...
I think I'll probably get up because it's a little easier, and I might even walk around if you can hear me. And thanks, as I move to the podium here, I did bring a couple of slides, and luckily I didn't do any notes because we're showing the notes, but I have no notes, so I'm not giving anything away that I'm reading because there's nothing to read. Thanks for inviting me, first of all, and thanks for the Tax Foundation in Estonia to having this event. Like, you got me out of the model rules. I'd be sitting in my office crafting another guidance thing, and here, like, now I get the big picture. Also, thanks for making me feeling very old. We're going to hear from the OECD where it all started. It sounds like 100 years ago. There's a black and white slide, right? And then also thanks for promoting me. I'm not actually I'm the acting deputy director, but thanks for projecting the future, so that the past and the future, where it came from, where we go. Thanks for that, Edwin. What I wanted to do, and I was sort of tempted having a conversation in the coffee break to not at all talk about Pillar 2, because this was a really inspiring discussion, and I have a lot of comments on what you said and what we heard. I will not do it. We will do it over lunch. Like, apparently everything useful happens in a coffee break, so you could go now. I will feel Swedish, which I always do when I speak after Christer. Many of the things I say will, maybe surprisingly for you, echo some of the things that Christer has said, which is, what we typically do. We try to make Christer happy. We tried one, you remember this, or at least less unhappy on the pillars. Not sure I ever succeeded. But let me try to set out, as Edwin has said, first of all, there is more to life than the pillars, surprise, surprise. And that is true for you, but it is also true for us. And I think it's important to put the pillars in the context of everything else that's happening. There's a lot, in fact, that's happening. So yes, there's Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, and you asked me to talk about Pillar 2, so I shall do. But there's a much broader international tax agenda. As we say, some of these taxes are to raise revenues, others have other effects, like, first one is carbon pricing, and importantly, when you see here, we talk about carbon pricing and not carbon taxation, implicit and explicit. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here, and I think that's on our agenda, and there's a whole host of a work stream that's happening of what we're doing in this space. There's the tax transparency, cryptocurrencies, other things, e-money, challenges around transparency. And in some sense, systemically, and this may be relevant, while this is a completely different policy area, much of, I think, and Christer, you said this, that we do is also, we have by now 140 member governments that sit around the inclusive framework. It's a big table, right? And they bring topics. And one of the things that we're trying to do is also, if we don't address some of those topics, other people will address them. And this is not about a competition between international organizations. They may just do it themselves. Loads of them doing solution to a similar problem slightly differently themselves. And the system not being stable. So when we cracked down, so to speak, on bank secrecy, there was so much tension in the system that we thought it's going to blow if we're not moving, so that we keep the world economy open, so you can still do investments in businesses, because there needs to be some rule that this larger world buys into. And this world is much larger than the world that we sit here, whether it's in the EU, and it's also, you have to admit, much larger than the OECD. If you look at where we are, GDP relative to global GDP, where we are EU and where the OECD is and where this is going, clearly you see an opening of the policy discussion to other countries, because essentially you want to have stable, sustainable rules where you are in the markets. And your markets are just not just here, and they're not just in the EU and not just in the OECD, they're also in other places. So to bring these people in and have sustainable rules that these people buy into, and they have different ideas, and we find them surprising and new, and we need to listen to these ideas, because people will not apply rules that they're just being told to do. And this echoes, I think, Christer, what you were saying. You need to have a discussion. People need to understand. They will have to make compromises. They don't like everything, but at least they have heard, they have contributed. Stunning success. We've already heard it from Ellen. I mean, we do have some recognition in the Pillar 2 around the distribution tax, and that comes from discussions that we had, as you said. Then maybe tax administration, digital transformation. And I got to be quick because I'm still not even talking about the pillar. I think that's a huge topic. And we're probably in the country of the world leader in some aspects of digital tax administration. We're doing a lot of work on digital tax administration. And I think it actually ties to the pillar somewhat. Just to give you an example, last week we had a call from a French startup. That French startup is trying to create an open source software to put Pillar 2 in an open source. Now that means they're still going to sell the application that sits on top, but what they're trying to do is use technology to reduce the complexity. And when you think about it, programming that is really complicated, but like when you look at your app, the app might actually be relatively easy. So we also need to think about complexity differently and think about complexity through administration and digital tools to reduce the complexity and what digital technologies can do. There's a systems point, and we need to link with this, but there's a lot of work that we're also doing in this space of how you embed systems, tax reporting systems, into the natural systems of the taxpayer. So you build out from accounting software into tax. So there's a lot of things that I think we can also do for Pillar 2 and Pillar 1, but it's a much broader agenda. Tax and development, global mobility, and again, I'm feeling Christer, a big topic that we need to get to. If I look where we all work in the OECD, yet we were a company, our filing would be a nightmare. I don't even know whether I'm part of DEMPI or who in the OECD is part of DEMPI and what that would do. So there's a lot, I think, on this topic of teleworking, global mobility in the EU, in the OECD, but also much more widely. It's a topic for developing countries. There's a big topic out there where a system is probably not necessarily fit for purpose and how we're running it. Now with that, and I've probably wasted most of my time already without talking about Pillar 2, let me get to Pillar 2. And this is where I'm going to spend a little bit of time because at least I want to keep it with the conceptual before I go to the technical. Background to Pillar 2, like why do we have Pillar 2? I'm not going to ask in this audience who likes Pillar 2, but like, we can sort of see, go to the left if you like it, go to the right. I'm the only guy walking through that door. But let's see. I think it's important and it picks up, I think, the discussion you just had in very significant part. If we go with BEPS, right, we had the BEPS project. And yes, you can say, well, you know, as a percentage of GDP, how much did BEPS fix? And so, you know, it depends on whether you express it as a percentage of CIT, in which case it's differs. So we can also play with different numbers, and we have larger numbers and smaller numbers. But there's another aspect about the sustainability of the international architecture. And if you do cross-compare, we see some of the challenges, for instance, that we have in the trade area, right? And we think about tax and the challenges that we have when the system breaks and where this leads to, because these things are broad, these things exist. And so you either have a global solution, a regional solution, a unilateral solution, or different solutions, and you need to think about this in this space. So wishing away the tension in the system is not going to release the tension. We had, you know, Action 3, for instance, here in the BEPS space, you know. And this is largely CFC rules, right? And this is why people originally came to the BEPS project, right? Because they said, oh, check the box, all these issues, you know, sort of low taxation on foreign source income. You remember all the scandals, so, you know, somebody would be happy. There were loads of scandals. And we didn't really solve that, right? We didn't really solve that because we came up with basically in Action 3 in BEPS, various reports, you could do this, you could do that, but we didn't really, other than in there somewhere, if you read carefully, paragraph 80 somewhere, it basically says, here's the beginning of guilty. It actually sets out guilty. Now you could say, as I think was also the point, I remember when we started BEPS, I went to Amsterdam to the University of Amsterdam Economics, and they said, we have this BEPS issue, and so here's what we're going to do. And like the first guy who raised his hand, like, very easy, I have a solution to your BEPS problem. Get rid of CIT, it's a stupid tax. Right? You wrote a report, like Going for Growth. It's a report the OECD wrote some time ago. Like, you know, here's all the reasons why it's not necessarily in terms of tax policy design. But then, you know, you can debate this. But the reality is also when we look at sort of the race to the bottom, agreeing with Daniel, you know, it's about 10% of revenues in OECD countries, right? It's about 20% in Asia Pacific and Africa. It's about 15% Latin America. Those are big numbers, right? And when you look inside that, even while the contribution as a percentage to revenue might have been stable, there is a lot of individual preferences that we have baked in. And, you know, sort of in terms of innovation, I mean, if we're honest, like many of the EU countries are global leaders in the innovation of various regimes and little adaptations and here and there, all these little things. And as a general policy proposition, we are very much and have always been as OECD on the basis of, you know, broad-based low rates, keep it simple. Like as a general proposition. And I fully understand that companies win, but it's very difficult, right? And okay, it takes me away from Pillar 2. But I think that's one. Action 3, we didn't deliver an unstable system. Check the box, but we don't need to criticize the Americans. We can also kind of say, well, you know, EU also doesn't really have a functioning CFC rule if that's what you want, because we have, you know, the ECJ and a whole host of case law, so, you know, sort of similar challenges. Action 5, and that is the proliferation of the patent boxes, right? What we were meant to do in Action 5 is to say, don't go bigger than this, right? If you do need to do a box, we don't think it's good policy because, you know, even if you wanted to incentivize R&D, there's probably better ways of doing it rather than picking it up on the income. But don't make it bigger. As a result of which, it seemed like the OECD has now given a sign of approval to patent boxes. And so loads of people started doing all of these boxes. So it had the opposite effect, 8 to 10. Then the US comes in and the US does guilty. That little thing that you could see in the Action 3 report, the US actually does. There's a minimum tax. And that raises a question. You have an unstable situation. You have a biggest economy in the world going to a minimum taxation. And you have a lot of interest in that type of toy around the world. And guilty turns 5 now. So then what's the choice, right? We could have had a choice of having a proliferation of loads of variations of minimum taxes kicking around the world, and I think that is a question of time. Like, I can't tell you what have happened now, but you can see it happen with FATCA. Like, these things happen because basically there's a desire to have this sort of thing. And I don't know how many minimum taxes the US now has, but certainly a number. And then, I mean, just picking up the last point, academic discussion around stabilization corporate income tax system. I mean, that's also true. And you can conceptualize a bit, and this is a longer discussion on destination and market and source and residence that we don't have time for. But there's certainly academic literature and thinkers that say, like, the CIT is the tax that is, of all the taxes, the easiest to manipulate if you want, right? And so if you wanted to anchor it, there's two places where you can anchor it. You can anchor it with the customer, right? And in some sense, some of these ideas are in Pillar 1. Or you can anchor it more with the shareholder, and some of these ideas are in Pillar 2. It's this inception. So you can sort of see there's a conceptual narrative that weaves itself through both pillars. And Edwin, tell me when I stop, because otherwise I take too much time. Then where are we on the GLOBE rules? This is just a snapshot. We cannot circulate maps because it's all complicated, but just to give you a sense, this isn't a European sport, right? And this is also true because the concept that is underpinning this global minimum tax, I think, resonates with a wide range of constituencies, right? And countries. And so, there's other ideas. We had the Africans pushing strongly for a much higher minimum rate, right? And other ideas. We have interest in Asia. You see that. You see, so this whole idea, especially post-pandemic, fiscal support, energy crisis, and while again, as a percentage of GDP, Pillar 2 might look small, as a percentage of actual money, whether we're talking, south of 150 billion a year, that is money. There's a question who gets the money, but that's what the pillar brings collectively to the community. So there's this fiscal dimension that I think we shouldn't also underestimate, as particular in the current environment. And this is my last slide, see, so we don't run over time too much. This is what we're doing in terms of the technical work. And that we try to get out before the end of the year. I'm going to take 1 minute and I'm going to walk you through in 2, and then I'm going to shut up. If you accept, and you might not, that there is a Pillar 2 and there's a minimum taxation concept that applies for large business, let's clear, because much of the pressure on the incentive comes from the business that has the opportunity to choose. If you're a very small business, you can't say, oh, there's a very interesting thing in country X, let me have my next plant there, because you're just not big enough. You can't move your IP because you don't have the size. So most of this play game is for the large business. So all of this is in the large business space. So we say, if you accept that there should be a minimum tax, you might not, but if you did, then there's a question of how can you design it so it's the least complicated, right? Like, what's the design? And there's a lot of questions around the complexity. What this is trying to address what we're doing right now. First, you say, okay, we have a minimum rate. Then I think you must accept we have a minimum base, because otherwise the thing doesn't make any sense. Then we ask you, and some of you can remember, we had a public consultation, what should be the base? And we said financial accounts. And so we made it financial accounts. And a lot of businesses came to us and say, well, it should be financial accounts, but we need to make these adjustments. I'm an insurance company, I'm a bank. I need these adjustments because it doesn't otherwise make sense, because you're still using it for tax purposes, right? And we did that. So if you look at the adjustments, they're integrity, bribes, they're taxpayer-friendly, elections, or they're just uncontroversial, take out dividends or so. So I think that's where you get. Then we looked at taxes. We have the broadest concept of covered taxes. We even have local taxes. We'll talk about Hungary. Like, if you think that Hungary is all that low tax on the basis of 9, it's actually higher because we include another tax. Because we have a very broad conception of what's a tax. Then we take the recognition time, right? We're the most lenient, if you wish. We take deferred tax accounting. You need to shut me up?
No, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, good. I can do 2 minutes.
I know.
So we take that. So if you think about it, the design, I think you probably wouldn't come up with a very different design based on the input that we've received. With always the trade-off that business on the one hand says, don't make any adjustments, but you have to make this adjustment. So you need to solve for that, and that's a trade-off, right? And then they say, don't use carry-forwards, use deferreds. And we say, well, if we have to do deferreds, we need to adjust them somewhat, because a minimum tax for tax you've never paid, we can't give you credit for tax you never pay. So I think that's the policy discussion that people will need to understand. And they do. And then people tell us you need to do jurisdictional. That's the policy direction. We can talk about this. We need to have bases under consolidation ownership, it's true. And we have some special rules that create next door neighbor problems, like this fund and the next fund and another fund. But the policy makes sense that we don't impose Pillar 2 taxation on things where we have all agreed we don't tax them as collective investment vehicles, right? Like we would not want to do that. So that's the policy. I think that policy makes sense. It's always challenging to implement. And then we recognize, because it's jurisdictional, it's consolidation, it's starting with the financial accounts, there are some adjustments that is complicated. And that's why, you know, I'm starting with the safe harbors, now working on transitional safe harbors, so that it's easy as you get into the system. We're exploring CBC, we're using other means to do this, we're going to have permanent safe harbors, so we don't come up with many instances where you need to go through a complicated ETR calculation when it's really, really clear that there will be no top-up tax, right? And it's the difficult challenge of doing this, of course, of saying, like, we don't have to calculate it because we know what the result is without you actually calculating it. So that's one. There's permanent and there is transitional safe harbors. I can't go into the details, happy on questions. We also think about penalties and the early days and what could be done there, and then systemic ideas around safe harbors. If you have this sort of rule, then we don't need it. We have rule coordination, and I think that's also important. We're going to give out administrative guidance. We have received input from business since the year now, so we have a long list, and we're going to go through this. We're going to have a standard globe information return that everybody has, so everybody starts with the same data fields, which should reduce conflicts. And then we're also in dispute resolution. I don't have time for this, but I'm a big believer in dispute resolution. We have a whole tax certainty pillar inside the pillar and outside. So let me get to the last slide. If I look beyond, there's a lot more work to be done, even after the implementation package that we will release at the end of the year. And there's a couple of lists. I think maybe because we're in a policy space here, I'm just going to talk about the last two items. There's sort of questions that this raises, right? Against the backdrop of a global minimum tax, what do we no longer need? What does it mean for harmful tax practices? Yeah, harmful tax practice was the race to the bottom. If this is the race to the bottom, what does it mean? So there's some real questions. What does it mean for transfer pricing? Maybe it means something worth addressing. What does it mean for mandatory disclosure if effectively we have a minimum tax? Like, do you need to disclose about schemes that cannot happen because there's a backstop for the minimum tax? What does it mean for CBC? There's a whole host of questions. And then finally, a report that I would, especially if you think about the policy, I recommend you read. People don't tend to read it as much. That's why we put in the link, where on the one hand, we put our vision for the corporate income tax of the future and the tax administration in there. So it'll be interesting to see your reactions. But also quite specifically, we say, picking up on the third point, you should think about, against the backdrop, use it as an opportunity to think, to unclutter your attic, to think about what are the measures you no longer need, because you had a whole host of very small measures, whack them all about little things, anti-avoidance, that were sort of targeting low tax, these things, whether it's denials of deductions or other things. You can think about the CFC space, whether you need the full scope of the rules. So think about the rules you would have introduced had you already had a global minimum tax, and think about that. So that's one of the things that we put in the G7 report, and I shut up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Achim. Always, when you talk about and what the OECD has done, like Christa has said, it's very impressive what you did. You delivered on your mandate. It's all very complex, but you delivered on the mandate. And I'm glad with, these conceptual issues that you addressed and looking forward, simplifying the system by thinking of, maybe getting rid of some very complex rules that you don't need if you have a global minimum tax. We often talk about critical mass when we discuss Pillar 2, because Pillar 2 is not implemented by a multilateral convention, but by, a system where you hope and expect that when one country implements Pillar 2, other countries will start doing so, because otherwise you would leave money on the table for other countries. You show this map, and what's striking, I think, that is that we see little activity in Africa yet, in terms of consultations, in terms of draft legislation. We don't see it in South America. Of course, we have the position of the US. We come back to that later, but how would you define critical mass, Achim, and not only you, but maybe also looking at the others, what subset of countries is necessary to make Pillar 2, really a success in terms of critical mass?
First, and I think this is also coming back to the earlier conversation, we very clearly said it's a common approach. So this is what we have obligated ourselves. So if you do it consistently, because the coordination needs to work, because otherwise it's a mess. But we're not saying you have to do it. Like, that's where we come out. So, then you ask, what is a critical mass? And I presume what your question means is, how many countries do you have to have as a first mover so that everybody goes? So that presumably...
That's indeed what I meant, yeah.
I think probably And maybe also talking about Africa. I mean, Africa is actively engaged, as you can see under the work under the Indonesian presidency with Pillar 2 and tax incentives and rethinking some of the tax incentives. You can also understand that, sort of Africa in terms of their overall priorities, plus Africa isn't a country, there's many different countries with many, so we can't really talk about continents in that. And then, Latin America, similar question, there's also a subject to tax rule that we haven't even talked about. But I think if the 5 big Europeans go, and let's see about the UK, I think effectively that creates the momentum, right? When we had recently the finance minister of Malaysia who says Malaysia goes, right? So I can't articulate whether it's 5.5 countries and what their GDP is, but you need a sizable part of the economy, and if you look at the map, that I think is a sizable part of the economy, for other countries to also come in. And in some sense, it's the choice of every country whether they also come in, right?
No, that is true. I didn't have a specific amount of GDP in mind, but what is the sort of size that you need? And that raises another question. If, those 5 countries, and maybe Australia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, move ahead with Pillar 2, you could say, well, that's enough critical mass. But then the US doesn't have a Pillar 2 compatible system, and those countries might start applying the undertaxed profits top-up tax to US multinationals. That could create another problem, but maybe we'll get back to that later, and maybe Will can comment on that. Maybe moving to you, Helen, if you are ready. When we prepared this panel, you said, well, we have many other concerns than Pillar 2. Pillar 2 is one of them. We have the energy crisis, we have the war with Ukraine, we have an aggressive Russian neighbor very close by. So what is the political thinking around Pillar 2 in Estonia?
Well, you put it very shortly that now if you put Pillar 2, aside to the other concerns like the energy crisis, inflation, and the aggressive neighbor, then it isn't a very attractive subject for public discussion. And you said that it's kind of worrying that we don't see any drafting and consultation processes in Africa. But we could say the same thing about us. I was perhaps naively thinking in spring that when we have this conference in autumn, we might already have come to some sort of solution within the ministry. But we haven't. So, I know I'm speaking under the title of the coming policy adjustments, but I think my statement could be more like a not coming policy adjustments, or the adjustments that are not yet to be seen in the very near future. So I can't actually imagine how much attention we would get at the moment, or what kind of attention it would be if we actually had time to draft the possible solution and would release it to public consultation. Yesterday in the National Broadcasting News, there was an article by one of the Estonian CEOs of quite a big business saying that please don't do anything about taxes right now. Mm-hmm. Which makes sense. I mean, the environment is unstable enough without us trying to mess it up even further. And why do I say mess up? And I probably must tell a few words about our existing corporate income tax system that has received a lot of compliments today. Namely, Estonia taxes the corporate profits only when they are distributed. And it actually is as simple as it sounds. Perhaps a little bit, a negative side effect is that we also tax the non-business related expenses when they are made. So a loss-making company can actually pay corporate income tax, which wouldn't happen in other systems. And the tax rate is 20%. And that has inspired people from the other countries who really don't know what our system is about to ask us, why are you worried about the minimum tax? Your rate is 20%. It's well above the minimum. But if the Estonian company doesn't distribute and doesn't really have any considerable amount of in classical system, non-deductible expenses, in our system, deductible expenses, then for the purposes of the calculation of the minimum tax, the tax for Estonia would be 0. And when we heard of the idea of the global minimum tax, it was shocking, like really, no, how can you do it? We have kind of gotten used to the idea over the last 4 years and having extensive negotiations both in the framework of the OECD and the EU directive as well. So, and we realized that we must react if the others act. And now who should act before the Estonia reacts? It doesn't seem to be that the countries are really rushing with the implementation. So it's sort of a staring contest, like who goes first? And naturally, the 5 big EU countries are very important to us because this is where the ultimate parent entities of many Estonian subsidiaries are resident, which means that if Germany, we always mention Germany. Germany is especially important for Estonia for many reasons. If Germany implements the minimum tax, then we must do something. I mean, initially we played with the idea that do we really have to do anything because Estonian company can decide how much to distribute and basically can decide what its effective tax rate would be. But then again, do we want to force the distribution? Mm-hmm. Why not give the companies an opportunity just to pay tax and fulfill the minimum tax obligation? So what I'm saying here is still in the heads of the tax policy department people in the ministry. And we are going to have parliamentary elections next spring. And we do hope that at least after that we can have a proper public discussion. But this is subject to so many disclaimers. We don't know what the situation in terms of all those critical elements that we mentioned will be next year. And another reason why we thought that we definitely should react at some point is that there's a real threat of double taxation if we don't tax here and the country of the ultimate parent entity does tax before us. Because if we tax later when the distribution takes place, it's not entirely clear yet who should avoid the double taxation. And this is something that we would like to avoid. And now Achim managed to put thousands of pages into 20 minutes. So you perhaps didn't get a very good idea what it means to be a member country of the OECD. But it means that we actually at least try to read those papers. And it takes a lot of time. Then there is also the European Commission that has promised in its July 2020 tax plan that it will release 25 new initiatives by year 2024, if I'm correct. So now, if you put all this together...
All on taxation, you mean? Or?
Yes. Mm-hmm. But to give you also some sort of context, there are about 20 plus people in this ministry working on tax policy and customs. So European Commission and OECD, where we are, members, are keeping us really busy. And I guess I've now run out of excuses why we haven't done anything. But in short, we are also participating in the steering contest, watching who goes first and who goes, when. We do know that the other countries are drafting legislation, but their legislative processes are also longer than here, where things can happen pretty fast. But I mean, drafting a legislation and having it in force are two different things. So yes, the steering contest continues, and we try to be prepared to react if something is actually going to happen. And I probably also must mention that minimum tax under the OECD statement was a voluntary feature. But under the EU directive, we would be obliged to implement it ourselves fully. And we did manage to get a provision in the draft text of the directive that would allow us to postpone the implementation. Depending who reads the text, we'd say that we would see the effects of the minimum tax in 2030, but it's worded a bit differently in the directive. So we do have some time, but not too much.
Thank you, Helen. Yeah, valid points. That's what we hear in our network too, that smaller countries have a hard time to keep up with all the, materials produced by the OECD. And sometimes they say, we read your PwC tax policy bulletins to understand what you're talking about in Paris. And although I like the compliment, that is causing great concern, because we're talking about equal footing. That means that all countries have to be able to digest, I think, and make a conscious choice on what they're saying yes to, and that's difficult. And I understand the pressure the OECD is under. And the second interesting point, of course, you said is about the sort of additional transitional rules. Countries with less than 12 ultimate parent entities have a bit more time to introduce Pillar 2 and also the EU directive. That's in Article 47A from the top of my head. And now the 5 countries are moving ahead, maybe, if unanimity is reached on their own. That's France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the Netherlands. And they're staying close to the directive, that's what they say. But are you talking to those countries, whether they will sort of introduce also this exception for countries like Estonia in their own domestic rules? Because I can imagine that's a concern. It's in the EU directive, but that is not necessarily the case that they will introduce that longer period in the domestic legislation if they would move ahead unilaterally.
The short answer would be that we really haven't, but the longer one would be that we have, wondered, what does it mean to have a draft text of a directive, really? If we are to have an enhanced cooperation in the EU, will it be based on the same text, or shall we renegotiate it? Of course, it would depend on the future presidencies as well, but again, we don't know.
So a lot of uncertainty also.
A lot of uncertainty, but then again, I mean, these countries would have the right to apply the undertaxed payment rule in relation to our companies in any case. So it doesn't really change much. So we would have to be ready at least to exchange information, if nothing else. But of course, we would like to be ready to get the tax money ourselves.
And in terms of thinking in scenarios, I'm not sure you want to answer the question, Helen, but when we talk to countries, some of them are contemplating, thinking, well, what would happen if I would only introduce the income inclusion rule without the UTPR? Or what would happen if I would only introduce the qualified domestic top-up tax and leave the rest out of it? Is that the kind of scenario thinking, and you don't have to answer it, of course, that you're also engaged in with your minister? She's brand new, so maybe not at the moment.
Yes, we haven't really had time. She's been in that position for as long as Daniel has had his. Before we saw the draft directive, we had a position that, let the others do it. We'll just, again, react to it. Now, if we are in the EU, we had this discussion with the Commission. What does this transitional period even mean? Do we have to transpose the directive, even if we don't apply it for the next 6 years? And I'd say that there's no clarity in that either. So if we would have the directive as of next year, it's still quite unclear.
Thanks, Helen. Yeah, let's move to you, Robert, and talk a bit about the Hungarian position. You have expressed some genuine concerns, I think, at the ECOFIN around Pillar 2 and the impact on the Hungarian tax system, about also the impact on the economy of Hungary. Can you say a few words on that, maybe, Robert?
Certainly, it will be a pleasure. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a privilege to be here. And I will be happy to share our country perspective on Pillar 2 and mainly on the EU directive. And I would like to comment and react on some of the thoughts which were shared on the first panel and also currently on this panel. The first one would be to clarify also on a broader policy perspective that we believe that the corporate income tax is a distortive tax. This is why we have such a low rate. We have a quite high value-added tax, I think almost the highest in the world, which also represents the fact that we believe that on a consumption-based taxation, so we would like to shift the tax burden to that. So this is how we shaped our tax policy. And also as a complement to the Estonian tax system, we also implemented it partially to small and medium-sized enterprises in a couple of years now. So we call it as a cash flow-based taxation. It's also available in Hungary for a certain group of companies. So this is how we try to articulate our tax system, and this is where when Pillar 1 and 2 came along. And what is our current position now? I would like to highlight and clarify that we are still supporting the October statement. So Hungary currently did not approve the EU directive in general, which is part of the question, but we are still part of the October statement, saying that Pillar 1 and 2 could be and can be done together. And I would like to share a country perspective why we did not approve the EU directive at this stage. And I felt a lot of sympathy for those shared in the first panel in this regard. So I would like to highlight to you, not to take a lot of time from the discussion, in three aspects why we did not approve the directive so far. The first one is a purely tax policy aspect. To put it clearly, the rules are not ready. So we finalized draft legislation in the EU in a time when the OECD rules are not yet ready. And it means that some of the answers the OECD and the OECD member countries will provide are not per se part of the directive's substantive rules currently. We have a reference to the implementation framework and to the guidance, but to tell you honestly, it's not that strong in this sense. So for example, we don't know the answer for a lot of important questions and to explain to our public and also to the taxpayers. Just a couple of them. We don't know what the safe harbors rules will be. If there would be any, we can't say that they are technical elements of the rules. They would quite clearly impact the whole functioning. And in the directive, they are not yet included. So in this sense, one could also say that we should reopen the directive and implement the parts which are, let's say, substantive rules into the text and agree on that. We don't know how we will avoid disputes in this sense. We also don't know what the cover taxes will be. And it's quite hard, I think, not only for our administration, but also for other countries' administration to answer to business questions when they try to calculate already their global tax liability. And we are not in the position to tell them even what taxes should they come together, even in our neighboring countries. And that's not a good position to be as a tax administration. And also there are a couple of others on simplifications. If there would be simplifications, why should we set in stone rules and implement those rules when in the end there may be circumstances where those rules could not be applied? But we don't know what the circumstances will be. So this is, let's say, one of the aspects why we don't think it was timely to set in stone some of the rules when already things are moving. The answers we received from a lot of sources, let's say, is that we already have the main rules, we have the model rules and the commentary, and the rest is just technicalities and clarifications. But as things stand right now, I think we are talking about more than technicalities and clarifications now under safe harbors and other rules. The second aspect would be administration. just to reflect what Helen mentioned, that the model rules are voluntary to apply. Countries can choose whether they would like to follow the rules. In the October statement, we have a political agreement that countries can do such things, but if they do, then they should follow the model rules. That's our understanding of the statement. But in the EU directive, there is no optionality. So even if you could, for example, accept the notion that you should raise the tax burden in your own country to an effective tax rate, this could be done with a domestic top-up tax rule. It wouldn't mean that you should implement the IIR or the UTPR rule if you don't want to. But with the EU directive, you should do that. And I would only approach that from a tax administration perspective, not from an EU law perspective. So it would create a huge administrative burden, even if you would not pursue that path. And if we, let's say, articulate that the aim of the whole proposal is to end the tax competition, in this sense, to race to bottom, it could be a result of just countries implementing domestic top-up taxes as well and having effective 15% everywhere. So that's the second aspect. And the third one, as is part of the conference title as well, is competition. We don't think that the EU should rush ahead with setting in stone the rules and the implementation, where it's not completely clear what those rules would be and also how other countries would react to that. This is part of the question. The other part is let's say, looking beyond. What happens if countries, third countries, would change their mind in 5 to 10 years and come up with the idea that global minimum tax is not such a good idea anymore, and they will change their tax rates and leave that aside. In the EU, we will still have a directive with 15% minimum tax, which could only be changed by unanimity. So that's a longer perspective, which of course Hungary is also impacted by that. And the plus one aspect, and I left it to the end because it was quoted a lot of times already, but it's important, that the economic circumstances changed, that we are in right now because of the war and inflation. And let's not forget about the package nature of the proposals, but this is why I just mentioned in the end, because I think all of us are familiar with it, and it's, let's say, not the only aspect why some countries may say that it's not a good idea to implement that. And just a reflection on, let's say, what majority of countries would be needed to get the system running. I would like to add just one thought, that it could also depend on country by country. For example, from our perspective, we would of course analyze our biggest investors, whether we move ahead, and it could be different from country to country, whether you will be in a position where you should react to those rules anyhow. And this is what we base also our analysis on, when it may be a point in time, irrespective of an EU directive and enhanced cooperation, we should maybe react to the changing tax environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Very clear, I think, what you're saying. Pillar 2 and Pillar 1 were a package, and they need to stay in that package. We're concerned about the rules not finalized yet, because we have the model rules and still are discussing fundamental issues under the heading administrative guidance, but it's more than technicalities. That's the second point you made. There's the economic circumstances and there's competition. Also concerned maybe about the effectiveness of tax incentives, whatever you may think of tax incentives, but once you have them and you get rid of them, it will have an impact on your competitive position. And this package, well, argument that's not, Hungary is not the only country, I think, making that statement. When we look around the world, India and China are not communicating about the implementation of Pillar 2, for example. And we think the reason for that is that they're waiting on the implementation of Pillar 1, which might never happen, but then I'll come back to you, Will, looking at the US. And then maybe to Achim, a question. That's I think, a fair point. And of course, you cannot foresee all things when you finalize the model rules. That there will be a host of issues to be discussed. That's what you expected, I think. But maybe some of those issues are more fundamental than you thought in the beginning. And also, when you look at it from a tax certainty perspective, some of the issues are so fundamental. When you talk, for example, about 415 and 512 of the model rules, about the refundable and the non-refundable tax incentives, aren't those issues that should be dealt with at the level of the model rules, in order to have a more consistent interpretation and application by members of the OECD, but also in order to enhance, the likelihood that courts, when there is litigation around Pillar 2, are more willing to follow the model rules instead of the interpretation of the administrative guidance. Maybe that's too many questions in one sentence, but...
That is too many questions in one sentence.
But you'll be able to handle that, I think.
I can do politically and answer none of them and answer something that I'd like to answer, but I won't.
Let's see.
No.
Where you get it.
I think one is, we have always said we were going to do an implementation package, and we're doing an implementation package. And I think Uwe is here and he can speak for the Commission, and I think that will happen in a moment, so I will not try to sort of put words in his mouth. He has his own mouth and he will certainly do that. So that is what we're doing now. And as I think you rightly said, there's work still ongoing. For instance, on the safe harbors, there's some guidance still ongoing. I think that's just natural. Right? That just happens. And that's good policy design, right? So we are putting out the rules. We're now working on guidance. I think that also happens domestically, right? One legislates and then regulations follow. I think that's a quite natural process. And that's what we do by the end of the year. I don't think we need to reopen the model rules. Where I sit as a secretariat, I don't have a mandate to reopen the model rules. I think as Krista rightly described it, I am not the person that either ordered those model rules, that approved those model rules. We are the secretariat. So at the moment, we do not have a mandate to open the model rules. We have a mandate to do an implementation package, and we're doing this implementation package. And then we can have a long discussion of whether this is technical, what it is technical. We would have to define what we mean by technical versus political. We can have a long discussion about this. I'm not sure it's necessarily productive. I think if we look at the needs of businesses, assuming the pillar comes, right? And we're working on the assumption that the pillar comes, and we're trying to address the issues that business encounter in the implementation of the pillar, right? There is guidance for particular circumstances that arise, and we're going to issue that guidance. I think we also need going forward to work, I think, in simplifications, for instance, with businesses, so that when they build their data sources up to the global information return, that this connects, which is why we're working on a standardized global information return. And I bring this also back to tax administration, sort of the larger topic, and there is possibilities, I think, that digital also brings for us as we think through this. So we shouldn't disconnect this conversation from Pillar 2 from the wider conversation about what's happening in the digitalization of tax administration. So that's why I think that's what we're doing. The implementation is coming, and we should get it out by the end of the year. And I say one more thing, of course, that if in 2023, there's a particular fact of circumstances that people say, well, that has a non-intended result, we will have, and we've given us the possibility to give administrative guidance to do that. Now then you raise the question, in a domestic context, it's nice that you have this OECD guidance, but will my court look to this guidance? And that's a real question that we're working on, how we can enshrine this, how we can make this sure through the implementation package to the degree that we can, and how can we keep this together. In some sense, and you might disagree, but you might agree, we already had examples of this. We have been able, for instance, on the exchange of information and the CRS system of keeping that together. We have been able, with some exceptions, but by and large, to keep country-by-country reporting together. We have a system of peer review, make recommendations, countries change. It's not perfect, but we've been able to keep it relatively closely together. And so, of course, there would be processes. So, for instance, we will have to certify, so to speak, whether you have a good QDMTT. So we have a possibility to come in. If a country legislates something that's not a good QDMTT, then it will not be qualified. We have the possibility of saying it's a good income inclusion rule. So there's tools and mechanisms in place that we have already contemplated that helps. And it's a perfectly legitimate question. And we're happy to, and we are working more on how do we keep this all together.
Thanks, Achim. And the background for my question is not, coming from a position that I want to not make a success of the Pillar 2 rules. Now, they're there. I think, we should make the rules in such a way that they provide, as Krista said, a very stable tax environment, for the next coming years without too many differences in interpretation and application all over the world. And that is what concerns me, and that's where the question came from on tax certainty and, on incorporating as much rules as you can at the highest level of the model rules. But I think you answered you said what you want to say about that. But that's where my concern comes from. Let's make them work.
I fully agree, and we are actually in this act. That's what we do. That's what the delegates do. You can be assured that all the delegates, including the ones from the Netherlands, have no intention of having different rules that create all sort of chaos. So I think we're all working towards the same goal. It's the question of how do we best achieve this goal. And also just sort of put this in context. At the moment, it's sort of almost interesting, we live in a world where MNEs are faced with all sorts of different rules that are decided and that are completely uncoordinated very often, right? So sometimes also the enemy is the best of the good, right? So now we have common rules. I think that's a sensible idea we would propose so that not every country has a variation of a UTPR and a different minimum tax, so we try to standardize that. And now we work on administrative guidance, and I think also congratulating Uwe here for a moment. I think the incorporation in the directive through the safe harbors is a very good tool to keep us together here. I think to do that, I think that's also a new piece. It's an innovation, And we have given us the possibility of doing administrative guidance. And we will be striving, and anybody that has ideas of how we make this better, we are takers.
Thanks, Achim. Maybe Helen or Robert wants to react to Achim?
I just read the OECD paper on tax incentives and minimum tax. And if I can sum it up in one sentence, it basically said that don't enact any tax incentives if you don't have the administrative capacity to really check whether they work properly. Now, when I think about Pillar 2, could we have a similar reasoning that don't do Pillar 2 if you don't have the capacity to administer? But that was just a random thought. And another one
I'm not sure that's a random thought, Helen.
was that the directive hasn't been agreed, which means that the text could still be negotiated. And yes, we do refer in the minimum tax draft directive to the OECD guidance. But then there was one OECD member country, not being a member of the EU, who insisted in a working party meeting in June that they must have safe harbors decided before October because they want to send their domestic law on minimum tax to the parliament. And in our case, if we wanted to do it now, we would also need to have all the elements that affect the tax liability. That's, our highest court has said already many decades ago that you must have all the important elements of a tax obligation in the law passed by the parliament. I mean, if we have the directive that refers to the OECD guidance that is not yet ready and we are supposed to transpose the directive, then we just can't fulfill this requirement.
So you have a similar concern as Hungary then?
Yes.
And Robert, did Achim take away a bit of your concerns, or?
I wasn't trying.
I think there are
Maybe
a couple
you were
of
trying
points
to, but
we
still asking the question.
But agree with Achim on a couple of points. So we also compliment the OECD and the Secretariat for the work they are doing. So we believe that the technical work is going on its right path. So everything is on track in this sense. We are working on which we should working on the guidance and environment. So on that sense, to keep it short, that's fine. So it's moving, it's going ahead. A different thing is when you should set something in stone and say that you implement it. And this is a different question, and this is where I should, deviate the OECD work and how it's progressing and how it can be implemented from the work in the EU and when we should have a directive and which should be included in that. So that's a very different thing. So we agree, and we also participate in the OECD's work to develop the rules, which can be done in time, and that's progressing. But just to reflect on Helen, on the EU element, that's a different question. That's also why I try to highlight in my comment, let's say, that it's hard to explain to not only to politicians but also to the tax administration which rules will they apply if we agree to a directive which we should implement in coming years. Then we don't know what we will implement, even if we would agree with the let's say the content which is decided later on, but we don't know it yet. So that's, in a sense, it's not fair. And just one quick thought on referring to a critical mass and what countries may do moving ahead. Just a comment on that. We believe that whether countries in the EU decide to move ahead or not, we think that they would still follow the model rules and the commentary, which would give, let's say, a track what they are doing. So we don't expect them coming up with bright new ideas on how to change the world, but follow the guidance which they already agreed in the October statement. So that may be less of a fear, let's say. Of course, it's different when you talk about the EU law elements and aspects of the directive which are not part of the model rules. That's a question. But on the general idea what they might doing, that our sense is that. And just to comment on that, if we believe that the way forward is a minimum tax and also on Pillar 1, then we also from Hungary's side support the idea to follow a common approach. If that's where the world is moving. It's a different question when's the right time to decide that you go ahead and what kind of set of rules.
Yeah, very clear, Robert, thank you. Moving to you, Will, to the position of the US. Guilty was not amended, now you have a book minimum tax. So please enlighten us.
I
You
have
want
a
to
few
stand
slides.
here? Yeah, you have a few slides. Huh?
So it's I'm going to try to address Akim's original question there about how many minimum taxes there are in the U.S. It's complicated. We're in a different place than many of you in this room. We already have implemented 2 minimum taxes. And so I want to discuss what those are and the current state of play in the U.S. In regards to those minimum taxes and where they might be going. So in particular, I want to talk about the new U.S. book minimum tax, I'm calling it. There's a couple of different names, but I'm going to stick with the book minimum tax as the name today. And so this was the tax that was implemented in August of this year as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. That requires a little history, so let me go to the next slide here if I can. There we go. So to give you an idea of where this came from and the origins of it, on a very different track than the discussions we've been having here about Pillar 2 and that minimum tax approach. This approach in the U.S. Much precedes any of the Pillar 2 discussion and any of the prior discussion about BEPS or the sort of more recent concerns about profit shifting in general. This goes way back into the 1980s and prior. In the U.S., we had the original corporate alternative minimum tax started in, I think, 1969. And it was, to sort of speed us along in the 80s, there was really a lot of publicity about U.S. companies, even under this minimum tax that existed, a lot of U.S. companies reporting very big profits on their financial statements and yet very low tax rates or no tax. And this made a lot of headlines and some organizations put out annual publications about this, et cetera. That era sort of began in the 80s and continues today. So in response to that, in the 1980s, there was, of course, the 1986 Tax Act, a big tax reform in the U.S. And part of that was a revision to that corporate alternative minimum tax, and this time based on book income. and for the first time. That is, the financial statements of publicly traded U.S. companies. And so this that was the first implementation. It lasted about 3 years in that form, and continued to in that form. It was replaced with the book income aspect was removed and returned to closer to a definition of income based on tax items, but continued on the books for several years, collecting very little revenue until it was fully repealed in 2017 as part of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And I'll go into this in my last slide in a little more detail. But to speed along in the history of things here, in 2020, after this, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, another once-in-a-generation tax reform in the U.S., in 2020, the Democrats campaigned on reversing a lot of those things in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? And in particular, reversing the corporate tax rate reduction and bringing back a minimum tax on book income. And so in addition to that, President Biden proposed, for instance, higher tax rates on foreign and cross-border income, interestingly using the structure of the new complex minimum tax that was put in place as part of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That is GILTI, as well as the sort of three components of that system, GILTI, FDII, and BEAT. To just lay the definitions here. GILTI stands for Global Intangible Low Tax Income. FDII is a lower tax rate on foreign-derived intangible income, and BEAT is a tax on cross-border payments. And as mentioned, this has now been around for 5 years, so that's it's a fairly stable system, you might say. Last year, House Democrats passed the Build Back Better Act, a large package of tax increases that included a book minimum tax and changes to GILTI that were intended to move GILTI closer to alignment with the Pillar 2 minimum tax. However, the legislation preceded the model rules, which were substantially different than the legislation. For instance, GILTI remained fundamentally different in that the definition of income did not rely on financial statements, and it was not limited in scope by a revenue threshold. While the proposed changes raised the GILTI tax rate to 15% and assessed it on a country-by-country basis, consistent with Pillar 2, the changes did not include an exclusion for a normal return on payroll cost and allowed no loss carryovers. We estimated the proposed GILTI changes from that bill would result in a larger tax increase, about 50% larger than a Pillar 2 minimum tax. Ultimately, Build Back Better could not get the support it needed in the Senate, and so it died. That was last December. However, under current law established under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, tax rates on foreign and cross-border income are scheduled to increase in 2026. GILTI is scheduled to rise from 10.5% to 13.1%. FDII will go from 13.1% to 16.4%, and BEAT will rise from 10% to 12.5%. We estimate these changes represent a corporate tax increase of about $13 billion in 2026, the first year of those changes, which is actually quite substantial, at roughly a doubling of those taxes on U.S. multinationals. Lastly, in August, as mentioned, Senate Democrats agreed on the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a much smaller set of tax increases that included a smaller book minimum tax, but no changes to the corporate tax rate or the GILTI regime. As such, the U.S. now has two complex layers of minimum taxes, the existing GILTI regime plus the new book minimum tax. And so now let me go through some of the details of this new book minimum tax.
And both of them are not compatible with Pillar 2, I think.
That's right. We can discuss that. Certainly very different. I've got a slide on the differences. The next slide, but let's.
Could you do it in 2 to 3 minutes, Will? Is that possible?
Certainly, I'll try to speed this up.
We have some questions from the audience still to answer. So.
Okay. So the basic parameters are here on the slide. As you can see from the book minimum tax, it does have a 15% tax rate on worldwide adjusted book income of U.S. companies reporting more than $1 billion of profits averaged over the last 3 years. It allows general business credits and foreign tax credits, and allows accelerated depreciation as specified by the tax code. Caps carryovers at 80% of adjusted book income and disregards losses prior to 2020. We estimate this tax will raise about $20 billion in 2023 and about $183 billion over 10 years. To put that into context, that is a little less than 5% of corporate tax revenue, less than 1% of total federal revenue, and around 1% of current projected deficits. So, needless to say, this comes nowhere close to solving the fiscal challenges in the U.S. This tax affects about 200 companies, although it's expected that a handful of companies will pay most of this tax, particularly those with big losses prior to 2020, those that use stock-based compensation, and those that use FDII. We estimate the average tax rate as a result will increase from current law from 18.7% to 19.3% in 2023, though there's considerable variation across industries. So the practical effect in the context of what we're discussing today is that for many U.S. companies, this minimum tax will reduce exposure to any additional liability from Pillar 2, that is, so long as the book minimum tax is seen as a covered tax. There remains many uncertainties that not quite as uncertain as what we were discussing here regarding Pillar 2, but there's certainly a lot of guidance that is anticipated and needed for taxpayers to fully understand and comply with this new book minimum tax. And I'll leave it at that and go to the next slide. So here's some of the similarities and differences, not a lot of similarities.
50%, I think.
Yeah, right. It's very, very superficial similarities, essentially, with this book minimum tax.
Book.
That's right, and it's on book. It has that similarity. It's
True.
based on book income. Differences, you can see a very long list of things here. And just to highlight a couple of those. The book minimum tax targets fewer companies, that is, those with $1 billion or more of profits, whereas Pillar 2 is aimed at companies with more than $750 million of revenue. The book minimum tax allows tax credits, whereas Pillar 2 only allows credits that are refundable. The book minimum tax allows tax depreciation, that is, accelerated depreciation. Book minimum tax allows a blending of foreign earnings across jurisdictions as opposed to a country-by-country requirement of Pillar 2, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll move on to my last slide to try to wrap this up here, which is perhaps more interesting because it is a pretty graph here. The pretty colors here are showing this, actually only a portion of the history of the corporate alternative minimum tax in the U.S. This is the portion from what I mentioned, the 1986 reform, until it was repealed in 2017. And essentially what this is, the reason to show this again and go into a little more detail in this history is the question is, does this history of the corporate alternative minimum tax in the U.S. give us any idea about the future of the book minimum tax in the U.S., the new book minimum tax, and perhaps even related minimum taxes such as Pillar 2? The short history indicates that in the first few years of this old corporate alternative minimum tax, it raised substantial revenue for the government, though it caused quite a lot of headaches for taxpayers, and caused taxpayers to alter their reporting of book income to avoid the tax, which distorted key information financial markets need to evaluate companies. Due to these and other problems, after just 3 years, the book income aspect of this tax was dropped, and companies successfully lobbied for other carve-outs as well, including allowances for accelerated depreciation, which reduced the impact of the tax on investment, but also reduced its ability to raise revenue. As you can see in the chart, the old AMT eventually yielded very little revenue and even lost revenue in several years as firms built up and used tax credits for prior year AMT to offset their regular tax liability. Eventually, the old corporate AMT was repealed completely in 2017. I think the lesson here is that minimum taxes, particularly when based on book income, have not had a successful track record in the U.S. In effect, they have operated either as a heavy additional burden on investment or an ineffective revenue raiser. If politicians want to deal with the problem of targeted, non-neutral tax breaks as a way to raise revenue, It is better to adjust those policies directly rather than institute complex minimum taxes that also punish productive activity. I'll say that the other conclusion might be here that these taxes don't last forever. They certainly don't last in their initial form forever. This tax went through several iterations and was changed substantially after just 3 years of implementation, was ultimately repealed altogether in 2017. So I think that also gives us something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, when you think this over, we have a sort of situation that the US has two forms of minimum taxation, GILTI and the book minimum tax. Neither is compatible with Pillar 2, although you could say, at a higher level that they have the same objective. Upend, certain forms of tax competition, providing a certain, bottom in effective tax rates for companies, although the mechanism is totally different. So that raises a number of questions, political questions maybe, and technical questions. How to deal with the US when you look at the model rules and the qualified domestic top-up tax. And also, if there's no politician saying, well, we have to sort of, how do you say that, qualify what was happening in the US as a qualified domestic top-up tax, how do you then deal with the book minimum tax under the Pillar 2 rules? Is that a cover tax? Do you treat it as a CFC tax? So a lot of questions, I think, arise around this quite complicated questions. I think maybe let's take a short round of comments. Maybe starting with you, Robert. How would you deal with the book minimum tax from a technical perspective under Pillar 2 and a policy perspective?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. Of course, I think first it would be some way or another analyzed in the OECD sphere, in a sense, on a technical level, to be able to decide whether it's a cover tax or not. Also, there is ongoing work on safe harbors, which might impact the outcome. So it's just the beginning of this game, let's say. Mm-hmm. And also another question would be the EU's compatibility in a sort, because in the directive you also had a reference to GILTI and its analysis. But now we have a new minimum tax, which is not in this sense referred to that per se, if I remember correctly, but I may be wrong. So in this respect, that's very hard to let's say, measure the impact on the book minimum tax.
Before I move to Achim for the technical questions, you said once in a lifetime. Does that mean, Will, that you don't expect that these rules will be amended again within 5 years' time? Certainly maybe not in the Biden term, because we have the midterm elections on 8 November.
Right. I'm no political consultant, but I think I read the same news as everybody else, and it looks like Republicans will likely take over at least the House of Representatives and possibly the Senate as well, and that will put an end to the. There's no support among Republicans essentially for express support anyway at this point in time for this Pillar 2 initiative that I'm aware of, or Pillar 1. There's so I think there won't be a lot of push in that direction coming from Congress over the next 2 years. So I do think it is a question of what the current law, how does it fit into the Pillar 2 model rules, and how other countries treat those, the current 2 minimum taxes we have, GILTI and the book minimum tax.
Thanks, Will. 2 questions to you, Achim. Could the fact that the US will not be able to implement the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 rules lead to so much political pressure that the OECD and maybe also the UE, the European Commission, will be tempted to whitewash the book minimum tax as a qualified domestic top-up tax? And if not, how do you then foresee how you can deal with the book minimum tax under the rules? As Robert alluded to, it's quite complex.
Again, no leading questions here. Thank you.
No,
not at all.
I don't ever do that. No.
So first, let's step back, right? Let's start from the beginning, right? We had a project with the Trump administration. Yep. There was no Biden administration, and there was a strong support from the Republican side for Pillar 2, right? There were all sorts of questions on Pillar 1, and you remember this, but there was no question. And from the beginning, we have talked about GILTI coexistence. we have not suggested in anything either under the Trump or the Biden administration that the US must conform to Pillar 2. And as Robert also rightly reminds us here, it's a common approach. So let's put this back into the context that it is. And so in all of the statements that we have made and that we have agreed with a Republican or a Democratic administration, there's a reference to guilty coexistence. Let's also occasionally give the US some credit, right? The US came up with guilty, whether you like it or not, right? As a first mover, people recognized that there was a sort of a first mover. And so the question that we have is not, is it compatible? If you mean, is it compatible in the sense of, is it the same? No, it's not the same. There was no expectation that it's the same.
Can it coexist?
Can it coexist? Of course it can coexist. And the work, as Robert rightly points out, that's happening right now, because it has to be part of the implementation package. How do you make it coexist? There's a whole host of questions that we need to work through. These questions have been on the radar screen of the Working Party for about a year. It's not a new question. It was a question from the beginning. There's, of course, a question, like if that legislation had passed, of course, you're building a coexistence to a different system. But even under the Democratic proposal, as you have calculated, right, it wasn't going to be Pillar 2. So there was still going to be a coexistence, even if the proposal had passed, because it doesn't use exactly the same base. And of course, also interesting to show that our Pillar 2 is actually nicer than this other proposal. So that's also interesting. But so there was always going to be, under any possible scenario with no change, a need for coexistence. And that is exactly what we're doing now and we need to do. So these things need to coexist. We've never said it was going to be anything else. The Biden administration didn't say it. The Trump administration didn't say it. So there has never been a question. So then, now we need to do the coexistence. I think we have ideas of how this could work. Important things get talked about in the coffee break. And so, we need to work through this and make this coexist. So in some sense, I don't see, there's a question, of course, sort of what the coexistence, what the consequences will be. But, the technical challenge is not a new one. There's no change. There's never been anything different in this whole project. So in that sense, there's a lot of technical work. Happy to do it, but maybe I stop here.
Yeah, thanks for your optimism, Achim. I have some questions from the audience. One is on the proportionality of Pillar 2. It says Pillar 3. That's a new pillar I never heard of, but the proportionality of Pillar 2 and the costs of administration. Maybe that's something you could address briefly, and Helen after you, Achim, or Helen first maybe.
I'd actually leave it to the next panel, because they're going to talk about the challenges in administration.
But this is maybe more
So
a policy
please
question.
stay after the lunch as well, then you'll hear the answer.
Maybe just very briefly, I think, we need to distinguish between the complexity for the companies and for the tax administrations, right? If you start with the company, right, there is a challenge, right? You need to do a calculation that you don't do. Safe harbors come in. We are talking to a lot of companies, a lot of the data points they actually have. We've talked to a lot of large M&Es. They have calculated how many data points they need, how many data points they actually have. There is a conversation also in terms of the simplification, so you can do, Robert has referred to it, and also on the safe harbors. From a tax administration perspective, it also depends a bit how these rules shape up. Are you only exposed to the income inclusion rule because everybody has an income inclusion rule? Is that the environment and maybe a QDMTT, and you don't actually apply the UTPR? It's a different scenario from a significant application of the UTPR. So we need to see behaviorally how this shapes up, and then you see how complex the interaction is between tax administration. If you sit, and this is after the lunch, of course, it's also a question. So first of all, it only kicks in at 750. So if you essentially have very little number of companies above 750, you don't have to do a lot. And there's also this dimension about how much do you have to do in terms of the size of the company, how many companies you have, what you need to do. I'll leave it at that, and then we can say after lunch more.
No, I'd like to comment now. I mean, if you doesn't, in terms of building up a system for administering, it doesn't matter much whether you have 3 companies or 300. It's just that the cost per company is higher if you only have 3.
It also is a question whether you need to build up a system. Anyway, we'll do this after lunch.
No, we don't
There's room
accept papers.
There's room,
So we need to build up a
there's
system.
room to maneuver here, Helen, so that's the
Exactly.
positive side.
There's this French startup that will answer it.
I'm now running the risk that we're going to stand between you and the lunch, and I don't do that. So I would like to thank the panel, Achim, Helen, Robert, and Will. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for the panel, please. And then we're going to lunch, I think.
Thanks for the pen. You do paper, look at you.
We have
It's only me.
we have provided for a really generous lunch break. Time-wise, it goes on until 2:30. Am I right? Yes, 2:30 p.m. And hopefully, food-wise, it's going to be generous too. Enjoy. Welcome back. It seems that we have lost a few people over lunch. I'm sure they're slowly filtering in. I hope you all feel invigorated. Lunch was wonderful. And we are jumping into our third session today, which is going to focus on administrative challenges. There are certain phrases about this whole initiative that become cliches, that truly are cliches, but you're going to have to keep repeating them because they are so true. And one of them is devil is in details, because it truly is, and in administrative area it manifests more clearly than in any other areas. The panel is going to be led by Todd Beal, a senior correspondent to Law 360. Todd is expert in all matters tax and new developments. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, and thank you everyone for coming here and coming back after the lunch, which I hope you enjoyed very much and was fairly light enough, because we're going to have a subject here that is perhaps for some a little bit difficult to digest, and that's Pillar 2. As Era said, I'm Todd Buell. I'm a senior correspondent with Law 360. That means I'm a journalist. If you have a scandal, please come to me. So that's, anyway, we will now go into the issue of complexity and administrative challenges. And I have 4 excellent panelists here who will talk to us about these issues. The way I've structured it is we're first going to talk about challenges of Pillar 2 implementation. That'll take up about 25, 30 minutes. And then we're also going to talk about, after that, what happens if there is no snowball effect or no domino effect that I know was discussed in the previous panel, about what happens if we just don't have a lot of countries implementing Pillar 2. What challenges does that create? What problems does that create? So we'll talk about that. And then at the end, we will try to speak maybe in a somewhat more positive tone about what can be done and what positive ways are there to move forward. Our panelists today are Felix Siegel of Munich University, John Sandri of the Swiss State Secretariat for International Finance, Evelyn Leivimagi of the Estonian Finance Ministry, and Stefano Grilli of Withers Worldwide. And we will go in the order in which we're seated here, so each panelist will give a 5-minute sort of statement on the first topic. And so, Evelyn, why don't you talk a little bit about the Pillar 2 implementation challenges that Estonia faces, please?
Yeah, I think in Estonia the main challenge would of course be that we should have 2 simultaneous corporate income tax systems, and this is not a simple nor cheap thing to have. So at first, of course, we have to come up with the solution how to integrate the new rules into the existing rules, and how to make those links for corporations, because they must meet both requirements. So we have to draw new guidelines to the taxpayers, and taking account that our tax system is not based on accounting rules. The personnel of tax administration doesn't have that knowledge. We have to train our tax advisors, tax auditors. Even if there is only a few taxpayers that are affected by this system, we still have to have everything in place. We have to have the people who can advise them, can answer the questions that taxpayers have. And every new tax, and I can say that this is going to be a new tax in Estonia, means that we should have additional supervision, because if you don't supervise the willingness to pay taxes correctly, it might not be that high that we expect. So I think there is a need for additional personnel into tax administration. And while Estonia is one of the most effective what it concerns the cost of tax collection, so we spend about 40 cents to collect 100 euros, and this is very effective. I think maybe Switzerland is more effective based on my data, but majority of other countries, they spend more to collect taxes. But even though our society expects us to be even more effective, to spend less euros to collect taxes, and this is not what is going to happen when we introduce additional layer of tax rules. This collecting of taxes is becoming more costly for us, and this is not that Estonian society expects. And of course, IT systems, 2 simultaneous IT systems. Today we operate so that taxpayers file tax declarations monthly, because they pay taxes when they distribute profit. But Pillar 2 tax you have to pay yearly basis. There are different data you have to submit, so we have to figure out how to link to systems, and looking at the costs of IT system developments is going to be a very costly thing to do. And of course, the risk analysis systems, they have to take account of new risks. Maybe there is a need to build up a totally new risk analysis system. So there are a lot of questions we have to answer, and a lot of challenges, and so maybe that's why we're not that eager to introduce this.
In the 1 minute we have left, can I ask you a brief follow-up question?
Yeah.
I mean, has the ministry done any cost estimate of just how much it would cost to implement Pillar 2?
No, we haven't done it yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
At first, we have to decide how we're going to implement those rules into Estonian system, and only after then we can can estimate how much will it cost.
Okay, thanks. Let's move on now to the next speaker. Felix, can you talk a little bit about some of the research that you have about some of the implementation challenges of Pillar 2? Thank you.
Sure, Todd. Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation here to Tallinn. I want to start with like an anecdote. Usually when I talk to my non-tax friends, what I'm doing, global minimum tax, I keep it easy, right? 15% global minimum tax, that's it. Now I'm talking here to a lot of tax people, and you know, it's not that easy, right? Because the 15% are derived by dividing a tax by a tax base. And this is where the complexity starts. The tax base is actually, we have already heard that today, derived by accounting numbers, which then, because they really differ from the tax bases in countries, need to be adjusted. It's over 30 adjustments that need to be done at the moment. Then it's not only one accounting standard that is used, for example, IFRS or so. No, it's multiple accounting standards that are to be used. And then, I'm glad, Evelyn, you already touched upon that. You need man and women power to administrate this, both from the M&E side and the tax administration side. And to bring this knowledge of both tax and accounting standards together is really hard on both sides. This all accumulates to the point that M&Es also need to file a GLOBE declaration for every jurisdiction in which they are active. And if you think about the 30 adjustments I already mentioned, an M&E that is active in 50 jurisdictions would, first of all, need to derive 1,500 data points and then also check upon that. And if the ETR can be expected to be below 15%, fair enough, right? That's what policymakers agreed upon. That's the procedure how to file a Pillar 2 return. However, in many countries, it can be anticipated that the ETR, the GLOBE ETR, will be above 15% anyway. And then it's really questionable whether they really need to go to this burdensome procedure. The existing de minimis rule is not really a relief here because it needs the calculation of the globe income beforehand to be exempted for a specific jurisdiction. So you have all that red tape before anyway. So this is actually the reason why the OECD invited my boss, Professor Deborah Schanz, Joachim Englisch, some colleagues of mine, and me to work on a simplification proposal. And we took the administrative guidance and developed it to a simplification safe harbor for Pillar 2. It has 2 steps. The first step is a homework for tax administrations, basically. I hope, Evelyn, that's okay for you to say, but it's a homework for tax administrations, namely to check countries. To check countries' corporate income tax rates and whether they are nominally below 15% or even 0, and to check for problematic differences between the globe rules and the national tax rules. And for example, aggressive patent box would then be a problematic difference. We call them red flags. Now this test on level of the tax administration can have 3 outcomes. First, a country can be labeled as high risk, which would, for example, be the case if the corporate income tax rate is really low or even 0. Then, if a MNE is active in such a jurisdiction, a globe return would always be necessary. The second scenario would be that a country is generally low risk, with a sufficiently high corporate income tax rate, no problematic deviations, or there could also be an option, a qualified domestic minimum tax in place. Then a declaration would never be necessary for this jurisdiction. A third option, a third outcome, could also then be a case-specific risk. Because, for example, there are problematic differences between the globe rules and the national tax rules, and then the MNE would need to be active. And in this case, the MNE would need to calculate a very simple ETR to determine whether it needs to file a full globe declaration or not. And this ETR would consist of the taxes paid in a country. So the real taxes paid in a country, the MNE already has that number, divided by the tax base in the country, the MNE also has that number, plus the problematic red flag deviations, the amount of that. And with this ETR, you could simply determine, okay, does that MNE need to file or doesn't need to file? And the beauty of the approach is all the numbers are at hand and can be understood by the tax people, and it's all already there. And finally, I want to revert back to Achim Prost, what he said when going here through the right door, if you agree to Pillar 2, or if you want to do it. I think I would go with Achim Prost through the right door, and I think especially these simplification measures are needed that more people would follow.
Felix, thank you so much for that. Maybe in the next, as we get near the end, you could go into a little bit to the extent you're comfortable how all these changes can happen, because those sounded like really interesting ideas, but I just sort of wonder what it would take legislatively to make those things happen. But thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jean Sandry from the Swiss State Secretary for International Finance, and I understand you want to talk about some of the challenges that Switzerland faces as a federal state, right? So go ahead.
Thanks, Todd. It's really a real pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Estonia, for this great event. I mean, as you know, Switzerland is often cited as a country that's now on its way to implementing Pillar 2. I would give you some background and explain what the reasons are for this. When there was agreement last October on Pillar 2, we, in view of our system, we have a very long legal procedure, so we had to get things going quite fast. It's not that we are particularly enthusiastic about Pillar 2, as opposed to other countries, but as you know, we're a federal state. We have 26 cantons, and in our tax mix, on a corporate income tax or any income tax, 80% of the tax is cantonal and only 20% is federal. So we have also that explains why our procedures are quite long to get law through, because we have to participate with stakeholders, with cantons. The tax base is unified, but the tax rates are different. So we encourage tax competition within our own country. We think it's a healthy thing. Another level of complexity is that we have a minority of cantons that are under the current ETR, but a majority are not. So if we apply a domestic top-up tax, it's only going to be certain cantons that will have to do that. Most cantons are I think our average rate is about 17 or 18%. So with that in view, we have like a three-tiered approach to at least set up a framework to try to be ready in case Pillar 2 does go forward. Of course, last October, the implementation date was 1st of January 2023. So we already knew that best case scenario, we'd already be a year late. Well, it turned out now it's been pushed back. So the three phases of our approach are the following. First, we have to change our constitution. Why do we have to change our constitution? Because Pillar 2 is a discrimination of certain taxpayers as opposed to others. We can't, under current rules, we couldn't say, okay, for these taxpayers, you have to pay a top-up tax, but not for purely internal ones. So you have that problem. You need to change the constitution to do an exception to the principle of equality. Number two, of course, you need tax. You have a very strong rule of law, so you need a legal basis for this new tax. But we're also going to, in the first, we're going to put the principles of model rules in the Constitution and give a provisional competence to our government to implement these rules. So the second. So this constitutional change with these two articles will be voted on in the month of June 2023. And it needs a double majority of cantons and people to pass through. The second tiered is the ordinance that will be provisional and that will put it out the guidelines of Pillar 2. So it will put some flesh on the bone of the article in the Constitution. And the advantage of this is that ordinance is like a law, but the government can do it alone. He doesn't have to go through the parliament. He just has to follow the instructions he got in the constitutional article. But it gives us a certain flexibility. So we have until the end of next year, basically, to bring in the extra guidance we get from the OECD, and which we're awaiting for certain of the aspects. And this will, if everything goes forward on 1st of January 2024, this will enable us to be able to adapt almost to the end before implementing the temporary ordinance. And then the last step would be a definitive law, where you put it into stone. And there we'd have still a couple years, maybe there's a bit of trial and error to adapt what's in the ordinance. Our general principle, of course, is to follow as close as possible when we understand them. No, to follow as close as possible the model rules. That's a very big. It's very important for our stakeholders to not have problems, and so to make sure that we are compatible on all fronts. So. And of course, this is going to be, right now, I mean, the challenges specific to Switzerland now is there's a political discussion now on how you're going to split up the top-up tax. Is it going to go more to the federal or the cantons? At this point, it's going to go back to the cantons with the low rate because they're the ones who are actually levying it, and that there's a 75% that goes to cantons and 25% that goes to the federal state.
Great. Thank you for that, John. Stefano, the floor is yours to talk a little bit about the implementation challenges facing your country.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the invitation to the Ministry of Finance. And although I've been acting as a counsellor of the Ministry of Finance in Italy, my presence here is for personal level. And I've been assisting to all the phases of the Pillar 2, from the conception, pregnancy, delivery, and now the P2 baby is in the cradle. We are all waiting for the first steps. So I can only speak in favorable of Pillar 2. But the challenges that we will be facing are basically embedded in the very true nature of this piece of pseudo-legislation. Because this is the kind of the ultimate result of pseudo-legislative multilateralism. Pillar 2 is a model legislation, a kind of self-referential model legislation. We have the commentary and the administrative guidance. In vitro, they work almost perfectly. There are some flaws which have been somehow detected here and there, but they've been designed, devised, engineered in vitro, and they work. Now, this is the first experiment, as far as I know, in human history. And now we have to put them in real life. And in real life, the Pillar 2 is not a treaty. Pillar 2 is a pseudo-legislation, but it will become a legislation, a domestic law in all the relevant member states for levying taxes. Tax treaty, the purpose of a tax treaty is to constrain the domestic law of the contracting state. Here we are levying, imposing new taxes. So it's a completely different type of legislation. And when you percolate, so trickle down, in vitro legislation, or pseudo legislation, what is a Pillar 2 now, into a real life legislation. First of all, what we have been facing is a lost in translation situation. Because now we have been discussing about terminology in English. We are more or less familiar. I'm not a mother tongue English. So if I have to translate into the Italian legalese language, qualified refundable tax credit, for example, just to name one of them, into a legalese Italian or an Estonian, it's not that easy to translate into an Italian legislation a piece of, let's say, model legislation of 40, 50 pages. Not easy, in a meaningful way. First of all, this is the first issue that we faced. Then we have the interpretation of the undefined terms in the model rules. Then we have administration, just to name headlines, not to go over time. Administrability of the legislation, both for the multinational enterprises to collect the data, because in vitro world, it's easy to collect the data. In a real life, it's not that easy to collect the data from the subsidiary all over the world. It's also not easy for the tax authority to perform an audit. And then we have also the last that I can figure out is the dispute resolution, which is also an issue that has been discussed at OECD level. So the ideal word is to come up with a multilateral instrument, but it's going something which will arrive in the years to come. So in the close period, which has been suggested during the public consultation, to somehow introduce in the domestic law, domestic provision which somehow mirrors Article 25, paragraph 1, 2, paragraph 4 of the OECD model, so that of the currently existing OECD model, so that each of the relevant jurisdiction copy and paste with some adjustment in their domestic law the current existing provision of the OECD model, so that all the relevant jurisdiction has a dispute resolution mechanism, which is all more or less the same. But these are challenges which are natural. You cannot avoid them, because this is the first time ever that all the states endeavor in such a kind of exercise, and which is something that we could not do otherwise. I mean, first of all, the lost in translation bit, because which was the first country that had the model legislation? UK. It's kind of easy, copy and paste, with some few adjustments. I mean, for us, for now the Netherlands arrive, a couple of days back, and he said, okay, we are ready for the consultation. It's not easy to translate into and to fit all this model legislation into the domestic law of your country. Because it's true that it's a piece of legislation which is aimed at working in a completely autonomous way from the rest of your legislation, but it cannot be a self-referential piece of legislation which works in completely independent way. So in some way, it has to be linked to the remaining tax code of that country. Okay. So it has, and it's a kind of a challenge per se. You cannot avoid these kind of challenges. And over time?
You can finish the thought if you want.
No, I mean, it's absolutely expected, and then we go down into the details perhaps in subsequently, but it's absolutely normal. I don't see, once the politicians have decided that tax competition is an issue, then they call it unfair, and this is the way to try to address it. You cannot avoid this kind of tax competition is created by laws in the relevant jurisdiction. You can only address you cannot have one law, because we do not have one state where we have more than 100 jurisdictions. So you must have one legislation which is copied basically in all the relevant jurisdiction, and obviously you have to adapt it to the relevant jurisdiction. And this creates obviously challenges and complications, which are absolutely normal. So I don't see anything special.
Okay. Thank you. And one of the primary challenges, that I think even before we get to the level of the details that we were talking about here, perhaps we could have maybe I should have even discussed it in a different order, but this is the order we have, is what happens if there is no domino effect, if we don't have enough countries putting Pillar 2 into law that starts that effect that was talked about in the previous panel, where other countries say, oh, well, if these other countries are doing it and we're not, we lose money, so then those countries put it into effect. So I just wanted to have the panelists talk for a few minutes about what happens in that case if you don't have that critical mass. So, and I think we can maybe go in the same order here, and Evelyn, what? Oh, it's the questions, right?
Before we start with answers, I just would like to reiterate to encourage everybody to put in questions on Slido. Slido.
We already have a couple, so keep them coming, please. Okay.
I'm not sure whether it's a correct answer, but while we are not very eager to introduce this system, maybe we are not seeing that as so much as a problem, that when this domino effect is not going to happen. But nevertheless, we have to introduce some rules into our system. If, for example, Germany introduces the Pillar 2, and our companies are going to be affected, and Germany wants to collect our money, our tax revenue, we have to do something. We have to act. We have to think how we are going to, implement the minimum amount of the rules to help our companies not to be double taxed. Mm-hmm. So, and if the Germany is the only one that creates the rules, for example, and not the other ones, we have to think whether this minimum set of rules in our law is enough, or do we have to do something else. I think it's not going to be a simple task for us. Mm-hmm. There is going to be a lot of political issues, I think, because our politicians, as Minister said in the morning, we like to keep our system simple and stable and change it as less as possible, and the way we ourselves would like to change it. So if there is going to be a situation that only a couple of jurisdictions are going to implement Pillar 2 rules, I think it raises another political discussions in Estonia what to do. And it's not going to be an easy. It's very difficult to predict what actually we are going to do.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Felix now. The question I have, and it builds off of what Evelyn was saying there. Recently, the French economy and finance minister, Bruno Le Maire, said that if there was no unanimous agreement at the EU by the end of the year, that France and Germany would go forward with Pillar 2. And I know that the Netherlands, Italy, and Spain have said similar things. I mean, to the extent that you're comfortable, can you outline, what challenges there are, what the problems would be if you only had, let's say, 2 to 5 countries in the EU with Pillar 2 in place? What happens then?
I would start up with the same wording that you started the question with, Evelyn, namely the domino effect, which I would translate into a political ideological force, which forces actually states to implement Pillar 2, right? That goes very much against what Christa, for example, in a previous session said should not be the case, right? States should be convinced and not be forced. I found a great working paper on exactly that issue. When you're really optimistic about implementation of Pillar 2 worldwide, this will give you a really tough day. It's by Wai Chu from the University of British Columbia, which analyzes the strategic incentives by states, by selfish states, without any political ideological forces to implement Pillar 2. And it analyzes in specifically the 3 parts, namely the undertakes payments rule, the income inclusion rule, and the qualified domestic minimum tax. And looking at this strategic incentive, the paper starts by the point that there's actually no strategic incentive to introduce the undertakes payments rule itself, because the undertakes payments rule, as the paper describes it, is basically just a tax raise for subsidiaries of MNEs in your country. And ceteris paribus, you could have always done that, right? You could have done in the last 20 years, you could have already raised that taxes if you wanted to. You didn't do it because that would drive out M&E investment. There's the same pitfall with the income inclusion rule. Namely, if you anticipate that other states would enact a qualified domestic minimum tax rate, then the income inclusion rule wouldn't bring any revenue to your country. So why then include such a rule and produce so much red tape for this income inclusion rule? And the third point is the qualified domestic minimum tax rate. Namely, there you have the strategic dilemma when some jurisdictions where the ultimate parent entities of MNEs are located would decide not to implement a income inclusion rule to be still attractive as a location for ultimate parent entities, then you would have the dilemma when you are introducing the qualified domestic minimum tax, again, you're driving out M&E investment because MNEs will look for a different location to invest in that. So the bottom line of that paper, which I strongly recommend, it's available on SSAN, is that probably we'll get a partial implementation, whether in the EU or worldwide, and countries will strategically, depending on their economic situation, pick what's best for them, but definitely not they will not implement the whole package. Another point which I just shortly want to touch are developing countries. We haven't talked too much about developing countries today, and I think for developing countries, it needs even more efforts to convince them to introduce Pillar 2. Developing countries have less resources in their tax administration, and we're talking here probably more developed countries' tax administrations. They already suffer from the complexity of Pillar 2. Now imagine what a more developing country has to go through, right? There I can also relate a little bit with my research. We did a study on the effect of implementation of CFC rules in the last years on the tax complexity of countries. And what we've seen was really clear that, especially in developing countries, we measured this by the GDP per capita, when this is lower, complexity of introducing a CFC rule is way higher than in a more developed country. So I think we really also have to watch the developing country side.
No, thank you for that, and it's good to also bring in the question of developing countries. I know that's a very broadly, very broadly, is a serious concern, serious issue in the Pillar 2 discussion. Jean, I wanted to ask you also with respect to the domino effect and that point. I mean, for me, as a reporter, as a journalist, what's an observer, what's interesting is the position of Switzerland. I mean, I think you said Switzerland wasn't particularly enthusiastic about this, and so I wonder, I mean, if no other EU countries implement the minimum tax, would Switzerland do it on its own? Would Switzerland be a first mover, let's say, on this?
Well, I guess that's a question for my politicians. What's clear is that for the moment, Switzerland's getting ready and putting the framework in place. The vote next June is not at all going to be a vote on the mandatory implementation on the 1st of January 2024. Switzerland's going to be looking at what's happening at the EU, all the big players, like I think everybody else. We talked about a staring game this morning, and I think so. It would be if we were the only one, Switzerland would most likely not implement Pillar 2. If we read our dispatch to the Parliament that was written during this year, it kind of goes from we didn't expect at the beginning of the year that there'd be so much resistance in the EU. It looked like revised GILTI was going to pass or had good chances of passing. So this shows that things can change pretty quickly. I think, it's a very important question because it's the key to Pillar 2. This morning, I really loved the presentations this morning by Christer and Elena, and I think they made some very good points. And I think in view for a neutral situation and with stability, you have to have an equal, a level playing field. And a nightmare scenario for Switzerland, but I think for any other country, is that for some reason the mechanisms wouldn't work so well, and there would be an incentive not to join, and that we would see countries that aren't joining that have an advantage over those that are joining. So I think to avoid this, we really have to craft rules that are as fair as possible, that will take into interest small and big countries. There's still lots of unclarity on very important issues, on the top-up tax, on how we're going to integrate the USA. So all these things have to be resolved in a manner that none of the players are advantaged. Tax incentives is also a huge issue. They were mentioned this morning. Switzerland, for instance, does not have any habit of subsidies. And now we're looking into, it seems like they're more accepted than other kind of tax incentives. So all these discussions will be crucial. And I think it's going to be, no matter what, I think even the OECD admits there's a bit of trial and error in the whole process, which one wonders maybe we need more time before implementing that. But that's another question also for the politicians, not for us technicians.
I understand. Stefano, you...
We, as Italy, we committed together with Germany, France, Spain, and the Netherlands to move forward. At least the previous Minister of Finance. And I don't think that this Minister of Finance will breach the promise of the previous one. So we should be moving forward, at least as the five guys should move forward. Then, unless the entire EU move forward by way of the ordinary directive or enhanced cooperations. The point, as John was mentioning, is what happens if only the five of us moves forward. First of all, there is an issue of administrability of the Pillar 5. We may have also issues in terms of constitutional ability to pay principle, because we would tax an Italian subsidiary in connection with income of a related company located somewhere in the world, of an income of a related company located somewhere in the world, with respect to which income the Italian company do not have any ability to get any possess over that income. And then there is also the issue of performing any audit on that income, because you need information. And if that company and the ultimate parent company is not part of a Pillar 2 country, there is no exchange of information. So how can you administer that tax? First of all, the Italian company, in order to pay, for example, UTPR, must have the relevant information, which is the amount of top-up tax, which has not been paid with respect to the other constituent entities of the group, which are located in non-Pillar 2 jurisdiction, in connection with which the Pillar 2 jurisdiction constituent entities should split on the basis of the assets and the employees the top-up tax. I'm an Italian entity, I'm the Italian constituent entity, I should be given those data in order to compute the amount of tax that should be paid to the Italian tax authorities. And the Italian tax authority, when they perform the tax audit, should be in a position to check whether that those data are correct. But in order to perform the audit, they should be receiving the data not from the Italian entity, because otherwise either they can only check whether I do the mathematical mistake. Otherwise, they should receive the data from the tax authorities or the other jurisdictions. Otherwise, there would be no match. And this is one of the big issues that also at the OECD level it's being faced, because the exchange of information at the Pillar 2, amongst the Pillar 2 jurisdiction. So if only a bunch of jurisdictions move forward and the rest of the world remains there, the domino effect in theoretical is there, but in practical, I mean, it's not administered. May prove to be very difficult to administer this Pillar 2. So it's, unless I mean, the domino effect, the few countries are US, China, and the big economies of the world, then obviously it's a completely different game.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for explaining the challenges, the problems, the more, I don't know, kind of negative things that we see in Pillar 2, but we wanted to end a little bit on a positive or a possible way forward, if we could. So I'm wondering, maybe for the next 15 minutes or so, if the panelists could explain what they think needs to be done to make the Pillar 2 process more in line with what they think of as being the ideal, or what you all would like to see. So why don't we start with Evelyn?
How to help ourselves in Estonia to meet the requirements of Pillar 2. I think one point is that we negotiated ourselves the right to postpone the implementation time, so to the 2030. It leaves us time to think thoroughly how to implement the new rules and to link those new rules into existing tax rules, and train our personnel, collect the money to develop the IT systems, really actually develop the IT systems. And in Estonia, we are huge e-believers. We think that building comfortable and simple e-services will help taxpayers to meet the requirements that they have to meet. And while the Pillar 2 rules are based on accounting rules, I believe it's doable that the accounting software information can be linked to the tax return. So I think we can come up with a data set that's already is in the accounting system, and it should be easy to export this data to a tax authority, and tax authority can exchange the data with another countries. So yes, the time, extra time we have, and the e-solutions, different e-solutions to help taxpayers to comply.
Okay, great. Felix, you were beginning to talk about some remedies, some improvements on the way forward in your opening remarks. So maybe you could go into a little bit more detail on that, and also how we get there.
Especially the second part of your question is, for me, also difficult to answer, right? I'm more on the research side, right? I'm not on the policymaker side, but I can assure you we've pitched our proposal in the German Ministry of Finance. We've pitched it in the French, the Spanish, and the Italian Ministry of Finance. They are well aware of it. So there's also this small group that is moving forward in the EU. So I hope, I cannot say more than hope, that they move forward in also implementing our proposal. In moving also forward, for example, on the developing country side, we've discussed a lot also whether our proposal could not replace even the whole globe system for developing countries, especially the ETR calculation, because it's much simpler to administer. We've played around a lot with different numbers. It's quite reliable, actually. It gives you reliable ETR numbers. And yeah, so and the numbers are readily available and much better to understand. So I guess that could also be a remedy for developing countries. And everywhere, I think, especially for developing countries, it's clear that webinars on educating how Pillar 2 works is not enough. Developing countries would need massive administrative help to administer Pillar 2. And I think a good start is the Tax Inspectors Without Borders program, which sends tax inspectors from experienced countries, also from the Global South, to developing countries to help them with cases, for example, in audits. One thing that I also want to touch is what I think is not such a good simplification proposal, namely the country-by-country reporting simplification proposal. The idea is of course nice. We have the country-by-country reporting already, and there we could do basically the same as us, namely do an ETR test with the country-by-country reporting tax base. How do you report there? This approach has one or two major problems. Namely, first of all, a lack of standardization in the country-by-country reporting, which kind of leads to the point that comparing the normal tax with the country-by-country reporting tax base is kind of comparing apples with pears. And this also leads to creating loopholes for avoiding Pillar 2. One could also think about, of course, introducing a buffer, maybe above 50, like testing for an ETR above 15%, then to make it a little more conservative, but then still the apple with pears comparison still maintains. And one last proposal which I've read is that, of course, you could adjust the country-by-country reporting tax base, which has to be divided through, but then still, if you need adjustments, then you're not far away from the actual globe proposal, right? And then the simplification is gone. So yeah, a cautious note on country-by-country.
Thank you. It's good that you bring that up. Yeah, John, a couple of improvement points that you want to mention?
Well, I think a tax certainty is one important aspect for us. It was mentioned this morning as well. Stability is very important. In order to have stability, you have to have some sort of dispute resolution mechanism. Why is there a chance with Pillar 2 that we're going to have some problems? There's a couple factors that, as Stefano pointed out, it's really a new thing to have a common approach that you're implementing in your domestic law. So at the end of the day, you don't have a multilateral convention at the base of it, but everybody's going to be implementing the model rules in their own domestic law. And when that happens, everybody has their own specificities. You can have the same interpretation and everything. We've already seen with the EU directive that moves away from it a bit on certain aspects. Every country will be maybe tweaking certain things in order for it to fit in their own system, which at the end of the day might increase the risk of having some disputes. Another aspect is you have the static aspect and the dynamic aspect. You have the static aspect of the model rules that aren't going to change. And then you have the guidance and the commentary, which are dynamic in the sense that they can be modified with time as we see maybe there's certain things we didn't think of. Well, sometimes the line between those two things is not that easy. And sometimes when you make an exception in the commentary, it's pretty close to changing the rules. So there's a kind of a gray zone there too. All this to say that we've been stressing since the beginning dispute resolution in Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, and we're disappointed that there was no, that it has not been discussed in Pillar 2 until quite recently. We think the best way to go forward would be some sort of multilateral provision or international provision in a tax treaty, be it in our bilateral tax treaties or a multilateral convention. But at the end of the day, our stakeholders and Switzerland would be quite disappointed if we had a dispute or an issue of double taxation, and then we have to determine, oh, is it on the treaty? Okay, we can go ahead with mutual agreement procedure, arbitration, and then, oh no, this is Pillar 2, so it's not as, we don't have a very good dispute resolution system. So, as you know, Switzerland is a big arbitration fan. We have, I think, 25 of our 80 treaties have arbitration. Now we're trying to expand that. We think that's an important aspect, and so do our stakeholders. So. Tax certainty is going forward is important. It's interesting how you mentioned the temporary safe harbor and country by country reporting. We would also agree that this can be only a provisional measure. The goal is to have a domino effect and to push people to implement the whole system, not to have two-tiered regimes, and it is comparing apples to oranges, we do say sometimes, but also apples to pears. Yeah, that type of safe harbor is understandable in a transitional period, but in the long term, we would only want that as a defined period and not have too many exceptions to the rule in the long term.
Okay. And Stefano, in a couple of minutes, what's important to you?
Couple of words. I think that at the OECD level, we are doing lots of things. The more you try to simplify, and the more the things are becoming more and more complex. Because we are doing safe harbor, we are meetings, we have papers being produced, because the reality is complex. You cannot simplify something which is complex. Look at what we are getting into a more and more US kind of legislation, which is complex because the reality is complex. When you face the reality, you have to address it. You become complex. So it is true. You have to. For me, this is a completely new world. We need more time, perhaps, to face it in a more systematic way. So we need tolerance by the taxpayer somehow, tolerance by the tax authority, a bit of patience, because the OECD is working a lot. There will be administrative guidance trying to fix some aspects. There will be safe harbors, because they are working on the safe harbor. The disputes resolution, to me, it's fundamental, because such a complex set of legislation, it's difficult to be the disputes to be handled by local courts. For such a complex issues, you need to have very prepared judges. International judges, they only do this kind of cases. So be prepared not to go to a local court, be prepared to go to international panel. Try it, but this requires time. Also requires time for tax audit, for sure. Because also for the tax authority, they are not prepared. This is a new world. A new world will require time. And it needs patience and good faith by all the stakeholders involved. I'm on the right side with Joachim and Felix.
You mentioned judges there, and that links very well to a question that has come into the Slido feed here. If there is no directive on Pillar 2, and only a few EU countries implement it, how would this work in the light of European court precedents on non-discrimination? Who would like to take a stab at that?
But I mean, let's assume Italy, Italy and Germany, we are the two involved in this. We will be taxing Italian constituent entities, i.e. a resident and Italian PE, permanent establishment. So we will not be discriminating. So I have to think more, but we will not be discriminating against anyone. We'll be taxing Italian resident person, which is constituent entities, and Italian permanent establishments. Why should we be discriminating?
John, there have been a few questions. I've gotten a few questions the same time pertaining to Switzerland, so I'm going to ask them, but they're fairly straightforward. One question is it possible or likely that Swiss voters would reject Pillar 2? And then the other question that I've gotten a couple of times is why, or another question I've gotten on this is, why didn't Switzerland maintain neutrality on Pillar 2? I mean, Switzerland is thought to be neutral in everything, so I guess why not Pillar 2, to the extent that you're comfortable answering that?
I'll start with the first question.
Maybe start with the first one, yeah.
We've had a couple recent votes on taxes. One was getting rid of the anticipatory tax, or reducing it. The other one was on the duty stamp, and both of them were refused. Both reforms proposed by the government, which was reducing those taxes on companies, were refused. So you never know which direction a vote's going to go. I mean, so the possibility exists. I think the chances of success are still quite high, as it will be presented as, well, if we don't tax, the other people tax. But yeah, it's a good question. And when we've changed the Constitution, we might not be over, because once we do the definitive law, that can also be subjected to a referendum as well. So you could imagine that there'd be a vote on that law as well. And I guess, I mean, that's Switzerland, but I guess that's a question that you can push out to all countries. You know, what happens when the parliament says no, we don't? I mean, this agreement was last October.
Right.
Governments change, parliaments change, and that's kind of a concern for the stability of the system in the long run. One question when I think about that is like, what happens if someday one parliament, one country decides, well, it's been tough times, we're going to say the minimum tax rate is 17%, not 15%. How can you fight that? What's going to happen when that, and is that not a risk in the long term? For how long is this solution gonna last? So there are concerns, I think, in the long run. And then the second question, neutrality. I don't think we have neutrality that's more of a political notion. We participate to the OECD, the OECD work. Switzerland, we want a system that has a level playing field, that entices. I mean, I join what Elena said this morning. You know, we want neutrality, stability, we want growth, we want freedom. And we are aware that there are things today that need to be fixed. The whole pillar work at the start of the pillar work is really well. We have these huge amounts of income from the GAFA companies that aren't being taxed, and they're selling, and a shoe shop is closing because everybody's ordering online, and something has to be changed. You know, and that's why the whole pillar work started. But that issue, that concern, is more addressed by Pillar 1, and not Pillar 2 is kind of was brought on later, but doesn't really address where that problem is. And I would agree with Christer that, yeah, it's a race towards to the middle. It's not a race to the bottom at this point.
And I have another question that I know is something that is important to quite a few people in this room. Why not improve Pillar 2 by basing it on cash flow or deferred tax model? Maybe I'll look at Evelyn for that.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's difficult to answer. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I guess that is maybe why not, but...
On deferred tax or?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. Why not improve Pillar 2 by basing it on cash flow or deferred tax model?
Because if you base on cash, if you do not repatriate, so based on cash meaning what? Taxing on the cash? If you do not repatriate cash, you're not going to tax it. So that's the underlying rationale. And the reason of when it was discussed, the deferred tax, it is based on deferred tax, but then it has been said, well, wait a moment. If the tax is not paid after 5 years, it has to go back. Because if the deferred taxation for 50 years equals no taxation. So after 5 years, that deferred tax liability, which counts as a tax, as a adjusted cover taxes, it has to be paid. Otherwise, there is a mechanism that claw it back under the Pillar 2. So if you see, the rationale is there, but then obviously it becomes complex. You say, okay, let's follow the accounting, the deferred tax liability. It's a tax. Let's not use the taxes paid. Let's use the accounting. It's a DTL, so it's a deferred tax liability. It's adjusted covered taxes, so it matters under the ETR. It's a relevant tax. So you say, okay, fine, but then there's a carve out. Watch out, if you don't pay, if that tax is not being paid in 5 years, you have to claw it back and reopen the taxable year. So you have complexity. You add the layer of complexity, but you have to add it, because otherwise, if you have a deferred tax liability which accounts as a covered taxes, and then it's never paid for 50 years, basically equals no tax. And so you have manipulated the system. That's why complexity is there.
I mean, is the problem essentially, and as a journalist and not certainly not an academic tax expert, would I be correct to say that the problem here really is almost a clash of two systems that are almost irreconcilable in a sort of more conventional tax system and the deferred system?
As far as I understood the question, because if the taxation on the basis of the cash is if I never repatriate the cash, I never have the taxation. If that is the correct question, if that is the correct understanding of the question, that's my answer. Okay. If the other question is using the deferred tax accounting, it has been used, but then there is a stop. There is a backstop, because I use the deferred tax accounting, but if that tax is not paid after 5 years, sorry, that tax doesn't count anymore. And then I have to claw it back, because otherwise a tax never paid is not a tax. So, and then I point back to the issue of the complexity.
Okay. And Stefano, you even forgot the exception from the backstop, which would be, again, accept some deferred tax assets or deferred tax expenses from this 5-year rule, right? So again, about complexity.
Okay. Another question, and we still have a few minutes, so feel free to send in questions if you have them. One question, I'm going to try to paraphrase this, but from what was written here, were signs of problems in Pillar 2, or what could have been problems in the formulation of Pillar 2, were those missed by by the decision makers, negotiators? I mean, were there red flags that maybe you saw or felt should have been seen that weren't? I mean, is there something that, looking back, that you wonder, what maybe could have been done better, or what risks could have been seen? Felix?
Yeah, I can outline a little bit on it, namely with our story, how we collaborated with the OECD and worked on our simplification approach. We did this the very beginning of 2021. So even before the 130 states agreed upon Pillar 2. At this moment, OECD was already well aware of the fact that this may be a really big problem, that each MNE has to file a globe declaration for each state, each jurisdiction where it is active. I think the problem was more they wanted to present something, some rules, and all the simplification approach was maybe delayed too long.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on that? Or, no?
Well, I mean, I'd say it's a normal process to start from the principles, especially when you're trying to get 137 countries to agree, and then go down to the details. And like we know, the devil is in the details. So I guess the problems were there, but we were at a different level at a certain point in the discussions. And of course, things change with time as well. I mean, Pillar 1 changed with the new administration, had a new tilt, and
the new U.S. administration.
The new U.S. administration, yes, and then it was very much a package for a long time, and now it's been a little more separated, at least. Well, it's separated time-wise, but it's not a condition anymore. I mean, we're not going to implement Pillar 2 only if there's Pillar 1, which at one point there was. So things evolve. So I wouldn't say that things were missed. And I have to point out the incredible work of the OECD. I mean, as was pointed out this morning, that under incredible time constraints, very complex issues, and trying to find solution, draft papers, take comments into consideration, have bilateral talks with people to try to resolve things. So you can't really fault from a technical point of view to have missed things, and the decisions are made more on a political point of view, and then sometimes that's where the difficulties lie, maybe a little more.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts on this? No? Yeah.
I don't have the history
knowledge,
but I believe that if one wants to build an international tax system and tackle all the possible gaps, the outcome can't be simple. And I think as years go by, I think it's going to be even more complicated than it's right now. It's very difficult to see that so many countries can agree upon something that makes the system more simple. In Estonia, in one country, we can do that, but if multiple countries have to agree, they have their different opinion, their political views, different legal systems in their states, different IT systems, the different ability to develop IT systems. So I don't believe it's going to be a simpler version somewhere in the future.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a pessimist on that issue.
I mean, one thought, and maybe to close on this. I mean, what you say is are completely good points. I just know that I think the OECD and others who are maybe a little more positive toward the process point out that, that 50 years ago, people said, oh, transfer pricing is really complicated, and now we're sort of more used to it. Or anytime there's a change in something, initially people say, oh, that's not how we used to do things, and then over time we get used to it. I mean, I wonder, but
doesn't make it simpler.
True, but maybe the more accustomed you get, but yeah. I don't know.
You just get used to it.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
Yeah. Anyway, any closing thoughts, or are we okay? I think we can stop there. I think we're about at the closing time. So yeah.
and no easy answers. I hope some of the answers are going to wait for us in the lobby. 15 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
at the end, but not quite. And I feel that we have left one of the most controversial panels to the end. And when I'm looking at the agenda of this panel, I feel that it's fraught with tension. There's a lot of tension there. And this is the reason I wanted to preclude the panel with a kind of philosophical reflection, in that we shouldn't forget that all those things we're discussing today start with a problem. There is a real problem. Underpayment of taxes by multinational corporations is a fact that's been happening. Countries' tax regimes have made it possible. Talking about new directives, debt bias is a fact. It's there. Talking about ATAD, tax avoidance, is a thing. We can't deny that. And we can talk about what is the best way to target that. Maybe the solutions we have come up with are clumsy or too complex, or maybe tax solutions are not the way to go after all. But we cannot deny that issues are there. So this is a good thing to keep in mind. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And I'll do my best to keep the conflict non-violent. So when people asked me to moderate the panel on upcoming EU directives, I think what I went back to was the EU Commission statement from May 2021, and look at what was proposed or set out on a high level, what has happened since, and what can we expect still. I have a great panel here today with me to talk about these topics. Immediately to my left is Inga Clausen. So she's an advisor at the Tax Policy Department at the Estonian Finance Ministry. In the middle, we have Uwe Ili, whose name fell quite a few times today. So he's the head of sector at the the Director General for Taxations and Customs at the European Commission. You also have Michael Evers, an associated partner at Ernst & Young at the Netherlands. And finally, we have Jean-Philippe, who works at PwC and is also a lecturer of European and International Taxation at the Free University of Brussels. I'm afraid I will add to the already long list of acronyms and the letter soup today. But what we will talk about is quite a few topics. So obviously there will be Pillar 1. We will dig a little bit deeper into BFIT following Pillar 1. We will then move to something relatively new, ATAD 3. We will talk about TEBRA. We will talk a little bit about reporting requirements. And if there is time left, we will also talk about the issues that we mentioned earlier, the veto right, the potential ways forward on enhanced cooperation, and so forth. Maybe starting with the main topic of today, which is Pillar 2. I'll hand it over to Uwe, maybe to give I think most people in the room, they know what Pillar 2 is by now, but talk a little bit more about maybe the proposed directive implementing Pillar 2, where we see some potential differences, and the latest update on the timeline would be good to know as well.
Thank you. It's also a pleasure for me to be invited to Tallinn and be allowed to speak here. Yes, Pillar 2, the proposal once in a lifetime, as it was mentioned. Within 2 days after the OECD model rules in October, and then the adoption of the model rules in December took place, we presented our directive. It was brought up, the aspect of discrimination, which was asked to Stefano. Yes, our member states cannot apply just the model rules of the OECD because of the framework of the EU Treaty of the Fundamental Freedoms. Therefore, we have implemented few aspects which makes life even a little bit difficult, more difficult for MNEs. One was that you have to tax your own domestic subsidiaries together with the foreign subsidiaries, just to avoid an unequal treatment, which would bring the risk of discrimination. But because of this, we can also be sure there is not a situation that UPE in a member state which participates in the project would have to calculate and be the victim of a UTPR taxation by other authorities. Second, there is a need to have an equal treatment of multinational enterprises, so a big group in Estonia who has just one subsidiary in Finland would be in the scope of the OECD model rules, but a purely domestic large group who would not have a subsidiary in another country would not be obliged and underlie the rules of the minimum taxation. These are the main aspects for the treaty freedom. Then, of course, we have introduced, because of the discussions in Council, the 12 UPE rule. So if there are a member state with 12 or less UPEs, there is a 6-year period for which the rules do not have to be applied by this state. Otherwise, our EU member states have to apply IIR and UTPR. That is clear then in such a case. Otherwise, you could run into the risk of different treatment of companies in one member state compared to the other. There was a special request, a strong request by several member states, namely what to do with low-tax constituent entities located in my jurisdiction. Why should I allow that these shall be taxed by an UPE, by a state? And that was why the qualified domestic minimum top-up tax comes into play. We have, what tax certainty concerns, a very strong article. It's Article 10a, which states if an EU member state has a qualified domestic minimum top-up tax in place, then the IIR tax shall be zero. So we heard something about we need dispute settlement mechanisms. This rule says there is no need for dispute, because if there is a qualified domestic minimum top-up tax in place, and the conditions are on financial accounting standards, they must be the same UPE state and the low-tax constituent entity state, then IIR is zero. So better not to trigger a dispute than to have good dispute rules in place. On safe harbor, we heard during the conference today there is a problem when you put rules down in stone. Yes. The Commissioner Gentiloni and the College of the Commission as such has agreed with our Article 30A on safe harbor, a rather unique feature up to now in the EU tax directive scope, namely that if it comes to an agreement at the OECD, Working Party 11, Inclusive Framework, on safe harbor rules, then if there is an agreement by our member states, shall also be allowed to apply in the scope of the directive. So there is an opening here which allows what happens in the discussions today. If there is an agreement reached at inclusive framework level, it will be also available to our members. And last not least, it's a common standard, the OECD rules, but the directive provides also a certainty, namely the rules shall be applied by our member states not only to bring it up to 15%, but also no member state shall bring it up above 15%. And so when Robert rightly brought up the argument today, what happens if in the future some other states in the world says it shall be 20%, and what shall we do then? Or it should be lower, what should we do then? Then the argument is, in the EU, we have the certainty between our member states, it will be 15%, and the companies have the right and the proper expectation that this shall be also applied in the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, until all member states agree to change the rules. And now to the last point, how it's political place. It was technically closed to discussion. One member state could not agree to the text, and there are, of course, negotiations going on, and Commissioner Gentiloni expressed his optimism that there should be a proper outcome, because the directive would for us still be the very first best, and any other alternative, even if it functions and needs to be applied, would be second or third best.
Yeah, thank you. Well, maybe come back to the political debate at the end. Should we have time left? Maybe turning it over to a member state level, Inga. Well, how would you see? Let's assume we have a finalized directive. Everyone agrees. Maybe already next month. How do you see it impacting a member state like Estonia? Where do you see some of the main challenges with Pillar 2?
Well, I believe that implementation of Pillar 2 is a great challenge for every member state. But for the small country like Estonia, it is definitely even more challenging because for the last 22 years, we have had very simple and efficient tax system. If we take our Income Tax Act, which comprises both personal and corporate income tax, it is only 76 pages. If we remove personal income tax from there, only 30 pages will remain, and half of them are basically aided provisions. So it is very, very simple. And now we're facing the directive, which is more than 100 pages long. As you can imagine, we're not very enthusiastic about that. If we think about the companies to whom this directive will apply, then actually it is less than 1% of the Estonian companies, because we have only about 350 subsidiaries in scope and only 3 parent companies. So we will have to introduce an enormously complex set of rules for less than 1% of Estonian companies. And if we look at our tax revenues and who has the major impact in it, then actually the biggest companies pay the most taxes. So basically, the companies in scope of Pillar 2, of course not all of them, but majority of them do distribute profits and do pay corporate income tax and have an effective tax rate higher than 15%. So we have to introduce the legislation of over 100 pages for really small amount of companies, but at the same time, we will have to incur very high costs to introduce that. And since big companies pay the majority of Estonian corporate income tax revenues, then we don't really expect a substantial increase in tax revenues. So introduction of Pillar 2 might turn out to be really costly for us, and the gain might not be sufficient to cover these costs. And also, if we think about the resources we have to put in introduction of minimum tax, then, well, first of all, if we think about the human resources, we only have 5 persons in the ministry dealing with income tax, both personal and corporate income tax, both internal and external issues. This was one of the reasons that, why we said when we supported Pillar 2 that actually it should be the end of harmonization of direct taxes, at least for some time, so that countries have time to deal with Pillar 2. But the European Commission believed in our superpowers and decided to introduce many other challenges so that we don't have time to deal with Pillar 2. And the situation is quite similar in the tax authorities because there are not so many people who would be, even if we introduce these complex rules and develop this costly and complicated IT systems, there are not so many resources in the tax authorities to apply these rules and to control how these rules are applied.
So for Estonia, it would really be a very big challenge to implement these rules. But fortunately, we have this opportunity for 6 years delay in the directive. So we have some time to see whether this snowball will keep on rolling, or maybe it will stop somewhere and we don't have to deal with that. So let's wait and see.
Yeah, thank you, Inge. And I think as tax authorities are incredibly busy, not the biggest fans. Obviously, there's also the industry. Turning it to Michael, I think the multinationals that you advise, the funds that you advise, how, let's say, well, concerned is maybe the wrong word, how focused are they on Pillar 2, maybe even Pillar 1? It's still, I think it was termed earlier, pseudo-legislation. There's no binding legal effect yet. We're talking about a directive which might not go anywhere. So curious to hear a practitioner's view and what you, or what the perception or the idea is with some of the entities that might be captured or in scope of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2.
I guess a lot of the in-scope businesses cannot afford to wait and see, right? Well, maybe you can categorize the businesses in 3 groups, sort of the non-believers in the sense that they think it will never happen. Maybe there's another group that says, well, it will happen, let's say implementation of the GloBE rules and perhaps even through the directive sort of as planned. And there's maybe a group that thinks something will happen. It's almost now sounding like a religion. But I think for businesses it will be real, and especially those last 2 categories, they will need to start thinking about the resource impact as well. We talked a lot about administrative impact, but from their perspective, there will be a lot coming their way, which of course largely evolves around everything that has to do with the data gathering. It was touched upon before, but if you look at that from a business perspective, and the first ones who were looking at whether they have the data, they would say, well, maybe 90% of the data might be there somewhere in the enterprise. We don't know how to get all of that, but also at least 10% is missing. So how will we get that? And they're starting to realize as well now that they need to change the way the tax department is working, because it will be a sort of an hands-on exercise to make this work from the taxpayer perspective. So at least the ones who are thinking a little bit ahead are thinking really already about 2024, if that's still the prospective date. It's not that far away from the planning within your corporate group. I don't know, there are businesses here in the room as well, so, but you're talking also about the budget, right? It's also the CFO that needs to dedicate resources to the tax department, but there will be a lot of IT involved as well. So are you then as a business ready for that? Well, then you do come back to those sort of different groups again. Again, it's not a religion, but yeah, they need to do a bit of crystal ball glazing as well to know where to put the money in the sense of where to and how to prepare. I think that is one of the biggest struggle for a lot of businesses right now that are looking into it. There's one level detail, so that's a next phase of focus, I would say. And that is where businesses start to realize that there are all kinds of quirky things in the rules that may affect how they are affected compared to their peers. So there are potential issues of distortions of the playing field. That's just, for example, because at the end of the day, Pillar 2 is also based on different accounting standards. Right? It might be subtle, but very important differences that even may affect competitiveness. That goes even all the way to very basic things as how do you find a group. There are a lot of sort of quirky things that they're finding out and now starting to think, okay, what does that mean for my position vis-a-vis the position of my peers? Because at the end of the day, businesses are competing with each other. Tax is a cost, but also relative cost compared to their competitors. So I think that's the next focus, and there will be many more concerns for them to come. But these were the 2 most important ones.
Gotcha. Thank you, Michael. Maybe picking up on one point, you said quirky things, turning it over. It's a nice segue to Jean-Philippe. I think when I looked at the directive or the draft directive, it's to a large extent a copy-paste of the OECD framework. There's a few EU specificities in there. As an academic, I can imagine maybe, Europe has missed an opportunity to maybe fix some things that maybe were not properly addressed or assessed in the OECD framework. And I've read a few academic articles, but maybe what would be, I don't know if you have a top 3 or a top 1 issues where you say this is maybe where Europe could improve the rules?
Yeah, I think what is important here is that, of course, the European Commission is clear as well. If you read the preamble, they want to stick as close as possible to the model rules, and as well accepted within the inclusive framework. There's a political commitment. But I think if you look at the objectives, if you look at the historical documents as well, maybe it's not that clear, but I think we can agree the objective of Pillar 2 is twofold. On the one hand, you want to address remaining BEPS issues. On the other hand, you want to put a floor on tax competition. So if translating this Pillar 2 is both directed towards taxpayers, but as well to countries and governments of the different countries. I think if you look at more towards the taxpayers, I think as long as you have tax law, there will be tax planning. I think it will always be there. So you will always have this cat and mouse game. What I think, however, that's what we've seen over the last 10 years, I think significant changes, especially as well on with the BEPS project, the BEPS 1.0, the MLI and so on, update of the OECD model convention there, but as well in the area of tax transparency. I think more and more, as well, more and trend increasing towards making data public. I think the willingness for companies or tax advisors to really be involved in this more, let's say, test the boundaries, how far you can go, I think has changed over the years. So that maybe with respect to taxpayers. If you then look, maybe what I find maybe even more interesting is if you look at the countries, because of course they will continue to look for foreign direct investment. So how this will affect, and of course Pillar 2 puts a floor on tax competition, but to the extent you fall in scope of the Pillar 2 rules when it concerns corporate income tax. So what would be interesting there, how will they compete outside the area of corporate income tax? So I think there is still some room to play. As well as Michael already mentioned, you have the financial accounting standards, forms the basis for Pillar 2 for the calculations, but there are different financial accepted or qualifying financial accounting standards. So I think there as well will be interesting how that evolves, because at the end, financial accounting standards were not made to serve as the basis for taxes. And then a third one, which I find as well very interesting, and maybe I think is very relevant for the EU, is with respect to the favorable treatment of subsidies compared to certain tax credits which are qualified or non, especially the non-qualifying one, or IP box regimes. So there you can see actually as well subsidies having a favorable treatment. So I think you might see towards the future some countries turning towards giving incentives via direct subsidies. And there, of course, within the EU, we are bound by state aid law. So there we are less flexible as non-EU countries. So and there I'm curious to see how that will evolve and how actually how the countries will try to play outside the field of Pillar 2 to attract foreign direct investment.
Definitely something to monitor. I think one other thing, speaking of monitoring, 2 weeks ago, turning this back to UI, we saw that the European Commission issued the first consultation on BFIT. Lots of similarities with Pillar 1, with Pillar 2. Maybe for the benefit of the audience, could you provide a brief overview of what it exactly is? And I think it is, we just spoke about it in the sidelines, it is more of a medium to long-term project. What the plan is for BFIT?
Yes, and the starting point is, of course, the single market. We have abolished a lot of borders for trade activities, but the tax systems of the 27 member states are still not harmonized, and the tax compliance costs, the obstacles encountered when doing cross-border business are still there, even when we have a lot of progress in other areas. And now, to be very open, it's clear in the times of today, the European Union cannot become attractive by lowering the tax rates, by reducing the tax charges, though when we cannot compete with the other big economic blocs in the world, we have to do it by the service. So that means more tax certainty, reduction in compliance cost, seeing whether there is a possibility for attribution of taxing rights which is fair and acceptable. Also to see whether we could look into the possibilities of reducing the issues of transfer pricing, which is this is a source of dispute. And then last but not least, the possibility of a cross-border loss offset, which is also an issue there, in particular for such jurisdictions where there's not so much power to plan that you can offset with other activities, but you are in a one-line activity, one-line sector, you cannot. So, and what we have seen is in the Pillar 2, more than 130 states have agreed that financial accounting could be a base for taxation if there are adjustments made to ensure that it is not arbitrary or it is not being judgment calls for the companies. As I'm a little bit longer in the tax area, I still remember the time when we had the dependency principle in some European states where actually financial accounting was the basis of taxation, and only when there were tax rules contradicting it, then the tax rules had to be applied. In the year 2000 or even before in the 90s, when IFRS as information for investors got very popular, taxation and financial accounting were separated. Now we have turned another generation, and now we have seen now in Pillar 2, financial accounting could become a base. It's already done, it's audited. We have a full elaborated system. Why not take this as a possibility? And that will be actually the questions which the Commission has invited all stakeholders to answer. Please have a look for our call for evidence. See what is your views, your opinions. Of course, critical remarks can come, but I think it would be good if anyone who is interested also to influence this would comment. And I invite not only to material tax law, but also on the administrative side, because this is also an aspect which should not be overlooked.
Gotcha. Also got one question quickly from the audience, more generally on the competitiveness, whether the EU Commission has done a detailed assessment of what the impact would be of the competitiveness of the EU more generally. But if I can add to that example, or maybe if I even specify it further, if BFIT were to be implemented, because it would make it incredibly easy for a multinational administratively, instead of having to deal with, 27 different tax systems, it becomes a lot more simple. So what is let's say the assessment of the European Commission on how Pillar 2 and maybe BFIT would make the EU more or less attractive as a place to do business?
Pillar 2, there was not a lot of choice on options what one could do. The clear instructions from the Commission to the staff working on the proposals is we stick as close as possible to the OECD. Why? For one simple reason, we have to be qualified. We have to have a qualified IIR, we have to have a qualified UTPR, we have to have a qualified domestic minimum top-up tax. Only when we are qualified, then we can benefit from the agreed rules. If someone is not qualified, then the taxation will not be considered as appropriate, and then the companies and state entities in this jurisdiction may encounter double taxation. So, qualified, that is a password for Pillar 2. Now for BFIT, here we have a completely different playground. We do not want to harmonize a system for the world. We want to make the single market more attractive. So logically, we ask the stakeholders, what would you consider as improvements because you encounter problems? And according to the answers we get, we have to see which main options will be available, will be supported, and then we can make the calculations. So this then, of course, depends also on the outcome of the feedback. And judging, comparing different options, where we could say at the end of the day, this is what we expect as improving our competitiveness.
Okay, thank you. I think moving on to the next topic, which is an EU-specific directive, and it's probably a topic which we haven't really talked about yet today in all the panel discussions, is the proposal to combat the use of shell entities, which was also featured quite strongly in the communication from May 2021. Uwe, maybe there, I'll stick with you, and then I'll promise to give you a break so you can breathe a little bit. Maybe staying with you, could you provide the audience with a brief overview of what that proposal tries to do and what again, the timeline would be on ETA 3?
This proposal, UNSHEL or ETA 3, is actually aiming at certain unacceptable tax planning, which could be used by companies, which could be used by citizens, to hide income or fortune, wealth in shell companies, just to bring between the tax administration and the taxpayers, the citizens, a wall which protects this fortune from a proper taxation. And the proposal which is on the table has a twofold approach. On one hand, we want to increase transparency, namely to allow tax administrations to learn if there is a shell company in the EU or in another state. And on the second side, to say we also want to bite. So the second pillar of this proposal, no, not pillar 2, but the second element is then to have some rules how to ensure that this wealth, this income is treated in a harmonized manner. Okay, I don't want to go into full details of the proposal. It has some gateways, which means you go out or in of the rule. And at the end, you have also a substance carve-out. Compared to Pillar 2, it is a very small scope. And here I hope that Inga can confirm, if at the end we have a gateway who says if there is substance, for example, 5 staff, premises, etc., then in the tax declaration, an Estonian company would just have to say, do I have a company with less than 5 staff, etc.? Then you tick, and then you have to report. But if you don't need to tick, then you are out of any reporting obligation. So it is a well-targeted proposal for a well-defined problem. It has not a broad scope, but of course it will require resources once adopted and have to be implemented.
Maybe that's a brilliant segue to Inga to give you an opportunity to comment. So assuming, again, this is still a draft for a proposal subject to change, if it would be implemented as it is currently drafted, what would ETA 3 mean for a country like Estonia?
We have actually asked our tax authorities to give their opinion on the shell companies, and they said that it is the problem of shell companies is actually more common in the field of VAT. With regard to the direct taxation, they actually thought that it would help to reveal about 20 companies connected to Estonia. The proportionality of the proposal with regard to Estonia is a little bit questionable. But as Uwe said, it is always possible to prove that you have substance, and then basically you don't have to deal with that. But at the same time, if we look at the criteria, then to some extent it seems that they could be improved because they are somehow quite stick to the fixed place of business and to the employees staying in the same place where the business is carried out, which does not actually reflect the modern ways of doing business, especially after the COVID pandemic. where it is actually not so important in many sectors where the employee is located. So probably the criteria should be reviewed and simplified in case of the Unshell directive. And another issue we were thinking about is that actually the most important is to reveal these shell companies. And since there are quite many anti-avoidance rules already in the member states, then we would prefer this directive to be the tool of information exchange. And we think that directive shouldn't provide for tax consequences. So we would prefer that the directive just enables to reveal these shell companies, and then every member state could decide what to do with them using their own anti-avoidance rules.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
And I think on the tax consequences, Michael, one thing which I found quite interesting to the draft directive was that there is a 2-year look-back period. So whatever, I think the initial proposal was, let's finalize it by 2024. So what you are doing today, since the 1st of January 2022, matters for the assessment whether an entity is a shell entity and there is a risk that you can lose all your tax benefits. I can imagine as an advisor, typically when proposals come out, you take note of them and you take, let's say, a cautious approach, more of a wait and see, maybe a staring competition. But in this case, what happens today already will determine or potentially determine what can happen in the future. So from a practitioner's point of view, is this, let's say, a main point of focus for your day-to-day practice, or some of your clients, are they very worried about the proposals?
Maybe less so about this specific proposal. As I say, everybody needs to assess whether they think this is going to happen as proposed. And I think that most of my clients think that this will not happen in this form. And I guess that's an informed estimate by them. But I think for them it's sort of clear where it comes from. They also know the political environment in which the Commission then works. They see a new proposal in front of them that indeed has this sort of a proposed semi-retroactive effect, right? But they also know that this is now being put in the hands of the member states, and that the discussions are going on, and that on this particular one, the final product, if adopted at all, might be quite different. And if we listen very carefully, I think we heard about the contours of what it might look like going forward. So maybe it is it's losing that second part of the tax impact, but in any case, a reporting and exchange of information angle still to it. And maybe those gateway tests might be changed. Maybe it's sort of a kick-out system. We don't know. That's maybe something I heard or something I wanted to hear. But if that's true, then the final product will look quite different from what we saw initially. So that makes it also a bit more difficult for clients to prepare. Unless they again look at the wider environment, I think there will be, one way or another, more reporting requirements for any entity, but especially the ones that have little substance. And whether it's through this directive or through other means, source states will be more and more critical towards those type of entities, especially when they get that information through an Unshell mechanism or something else. And especially funds who are getting more and more aware about that are thinking a little bit ahead, looking at the broader context and say, what do we think the landscape will look like in 3-4 years from now? And what can we do to adjust our structure? I do know, though, that some of the funds, including pension funds, that are starting to see the contours of the Unshell directive as it may look like, they are getting a bit worried as well, because on one hand, Unshell might be a bit simplified compared to the initial proposal, but as we've heard today, simplification may actually make things a bit complicated for certain taxpayers.
Gotcha. Thank you. Maybe Jean-Philippe, very similar question to the previous question. We've heard that ATAD 3, and that there are apparently informed decisions that it might not happen as it currently stands. It's been, I think, scrutinized quite significantly by a lot of lawyers, word by word even. I think even I heard an example of like a comma was missing, which had a pretty significant impact. As an academic, again, where would you, or what would your suspicion be of what might change, thinking more scope, consequences, the actual substance test, where do you see some, I don't know, in the next version, ATAD 3 2.0, what would you see, or what would you expect?
Yeah, a very good question indeed. I think when I read this proposal for the first time, I think indeed it's a very, I think if I would have like maybe 3 points, like more from a high level point of view, I think it's maybe one first element is legal certainty. I think the directive, it used certain concepts, not defined concepts, that for me are very hard to determine the meaning. To make this concrete, so we talked about, you have these gateways. One of these gateways is, well, if you outsource day-to-day management or decision-making on key functions. If you outsource that one, that can be an indicator of being a shell entity. Or like that one you have to pass. Well, what does this outsourcing mean? And if you try to think about it, at least for me, there are 3 questions. So first of all, it says day-to-day management and decision-making on key functions. But if you then look at the preamble, so if you read it literally, it is an and. So it should be clear, both should be outsourced. However, if you read the preamble, if you think about it, it could be as well or. So maybe that's for me an interpretation issue as well. Within this look-back period of 2 years. So in the last 2 years, you outsourced this one. If you outsourced it only for 18 months and not the full 2 years, well, did you then outsource it during the last 2 years? I would say no, but probably there again, if you looked at the objective of the directive, maybe you come to another conclusion. And then outsourcing, if you outsource to third parties, outsourcing, okay. But what if you outsource within the group? If you outsource as well to a group company in another country, is that still outsourcing or not? If you outsource within the same country, I think then there should not be, because you still have the substance in the same country, that should be fine. But what if it's in another intra-group, but still another country? Is this then met this test or not? So I think there are several examples, but just wanted to make it concrete. So I think legal certainty. I think as well, for me, one of the aspects is, I think if you read the directive, there's some potential violations with EU law. So you need to have an active bank account in the EU. If I think of the free movement of capital, I would say, why should it be in the EU? If you have qualifying directors, they should be in the same member state as where the entity is located, or within a reasonable distance to exercise its function. I think the point was made, how is this in a more digital world where homeworking and so, but then isn't this again a violation of the free movement of establishment? So there I think this could be removed as well. And maybe if I think, maybe a third point is maybe if you look at what the aim of what it really, or how this directive can you place it within the broader picture? So you already have, recently, we have different, because of the BEPS 1.0 work, you already have principal purposes, change of tax treaty. So is this really necessary? But then as well, if you read the directive, it contains a definition of beneficial ownership. I think, well, people in the area of taxation, well, they know tax treaty is beneficial ownership, parent subsidiary directive, beneficial ownership there. But then it refers, the definition of beneficial ownership refers to the anti-money laundering directive. I don't know if your tax people are here in the room, like how you really are aware of this concept in anti-money laundering, but then why do not stick to a concept that we know in the tax area? And I did not find a real justification for why just using this other concept. So I think there as well, from how this directive puts within the broader framework where certain decisions we're taking could be improved to make it more understandable or like better reading.
Gotcha. I gave Uwe a break, but I'm sure he won't have a break when you get back to Brussels, taking all the feedback into account.
I like to answer to defend our case.
Sure.
I mean, this directive cannot have concrete cases. We could not write into the directive, if your company is in a building, in a street, in a capital of Europe where a lawyer with 20 staffs manages 1,200 companies, then it's a shell company. Clear that we cannot do. There was a rather big case, Ireland, United States, where actually the tax directives were in the United States and they were coming from other companies, meet for half an hour, and that was the biggest decision made on billions of profits. You cannot put such a case in a directive. The question is, and now beneficial ownership, that is something which I have to expand. A directive is an island, namely in the sea of national tax competence. Member states are the masters of their tax systems. When a directive comes, like the Parent-Sub Directive or the Indus-Morolji Directive, it is an island for which the rules have to be applied by all member states. And we have not the uniform use of tax terms you have in a national tax system. So you might have a beneficial ownership definition in the Parent-Sub, which is not the same for the Indus-Morolji Directive and not the same for UNSHEL. So if the beneficial ownership definition was the broadest and the most useful for the purposes of UNSHEL, this is why the colleagues picked this one and put it in the UNSHEL. You might say it is not the best one, and Inga might even decide and conclude when it comes to the final decision, it is not the correct one, but when it was proposed, we have looked into the topic.
Interesting. Maybe one thing that was quite important as well from 8.3, and if the amendments contain still the reporting requirements, it is a lot of incoming new reporting on top of existing reporting. Maybe looking at Michael, how do you think, because you have to advise all your clients, one client, they come to you, you say, well, XYZ directive, national law applies to you, you have to report under each and every single standard. What do your clients think of this when they look at, okay, maybe should I set up shop in the Netherlands, any other European country, or maybe should I go to Switzerland, still incredibly close, very attractive? Is that, let's say, an important decision in terms of where should I locate? Are they worried about it? Is there, let's say, efficient, cost-effective solutions out there? So curious to hear your view, how much of a concern this ever-increasing reporting requirement is for the industry.
Yeah, well, I think the concerns are definitely there, and also because they feel it is like aiming at a moving target for them, right? So I already touched upon the process they need to go through internally, but they don't even know what the end goal for them will be in terms of how to be compliant. And in that equation also maybe the relevance of choice of location for certain publication requirements. And for some of those publication requirements you don't have a choice. You have a very rigid framework, talking about quirky rules, public CBCR, sort of depending on whether you have a European UPE, and if not, you're subject to the rules perhaps of a dozen different member states. So sometimes you don't even have a choice. So that is also complicated, that a lot of businesses are perhaps not even at a stage where they can even strategically think about where shall I set up or relocate just purely from that perspective. You do see that some of them are starting to think about that, but if they do that, they also do that to take account of other changes in their business model, in particular supply chains that are under pressure and changing. So hopefully they will just make their tax reporting framework compatible with the supply chain, and let's hope that not the tax system will determine what the supply chain looks like. But sometimes I fear that the latter is becoming the case because of all the complexities.
Yeah. And I think, Inga, maybe it would be great to hear your perspective. I assume the tax administrations, they receive a lot of additional data. I mean, I have no experience being in a tax administration, but I can imagine all that data comes in. Is it used? Is it used effectively? Is it too much? The traditional paradigm is, if you look at a normal consumer, the more you bombard them with information, the more they tend to not read it and ignore it. I hope that's not the case, and I don't expect that's the case for a tax authority. But how does the tax administration deal with this massive amount of data that they receive? And I know Estonia is incredibly digital already, probably arguably a front runner in Europe and in the world. So how do you still manage to cope with all that inflow of data?
Well, in Estonia, we try to do our best to collect as few data as possible. And our tax and information return are rather compact as our Income Tax Act. But of course, with all these new initiatives, the amount of data we have to collect is growing and growing. And definitely for the tax administration, it is very difficult to process all this data. And in the future, probably they need to have more resources to be able to deal with all this data. And if we haven't seen the Pillar 2 information return yet, but we have heard about that, and it seemed to be quite scary because the amount of data which has to be submitted in this information return is really enormous. And to be able to process this data, we definitely need to increase our resources in the tax authorities.
Yeah, and I think Uwe, ultimately the EU Commission drafts the rules, not just the EU Commission, but how would the Commission, or how do you try to balance, let's say, the need for increased transparency, but then obviously fully aware, arguably for the cost of businesses and tax administrations? How does the EU Commission think about that as well?
Again, this depends. For Unshell, where we have our own free choice, for BFIT, where we have our choice, one can select and decide. When it comes to Pillar 2, the whole EU is bound what the inclusive framework member states decided. And I don't want to look now the side of the United States, of the Tax Foundation, but the Anglo-Saxon tradition on reporting and also on the details of the tax rules is more expanded than it was, for example, in the EU. We have also Asian countries with different. If everyone is allowed at the table to pick its own topic and bring it into a proposal which has to be accepted by the whole world, it gets complex and broad. And one good question is, but it is on the table. At the end of the day, I think there are only a few aspects Inga and her colleagues have at the end of the day to check. Namely, is the ETR above 15% or not? If it's below, yes, then I have to act. How much is the excess profit, and do I have a taxing right? The rest is work to be done by the multinational enterprises. They have to fill it out, but according to the Global Information Return, sent to everyone who has a qualified system in place. No qualification, no access to documents. That means more work is actually on the side of the multinational enterprises than on the EU states or inclusive framework states who are on the receiving side of the information.
Yeah, understood. Maybe if we move on to the next topic, third tax directive, the DEBRA, Debt Equity Bias Reduction. I always forgot what the A stands for. Maybe Michael, from a practitioner's point of view, again, should this proposal become law, would you believe that it has a significant impact on countries that currently have the notional interest deduction? I think we'll be quite interested to hear if that will be a very significant decision for some of the clients you work with.
Yeah. Well, so if it's adopted as proposed, then of course it has two angles, right? So it has the notional interest deductibility in its very specific form, but also a denial of parts of interest payments. And I think that will, I think, affect businesses throughout Europe, and it will also be a difference with the systems that some countries have implemented. I think for some it might be a good opportunity to reform their existing notional interest deduction anyway, because I think with some experience that they now have for a couple of years, they wanted to revisit it anyway. So I know that also some of those countries are looking at it right now. But it all comes to, so any small change you make on the treatment of capital, it has huge budgetary implications. I mean, everybody knows that, so that's why it will also be very difficult to adopt this. But it really affects also the playing field between different businesses, also within one member state, right? And that's where those businesses as stakeholders will become very active as well and engage with their governments. But maybe it's more an element that could in the future be part of BFIT, because maybe it's something that is so fundamental to the structure of your corporate income tax system that it might better fit in a broader overall review of your corporate income tax system, and then the BFIT proposal could be an opportunity.
Gotcha. Geoffrey?
Yeah, maybe quickly, because you said some other countries have already notional interest deduction. Belgium was one of the front runners in that area. Maybe interesting to know that about a bit earlier this month, we had a budgetary agreement and they decided to abolish the notional interest deduction for the larger companies. So if you would looking for unanimity there, I'm not sure what the Belgian position would be, and it was exactly abolished because of budgetary reasons. So we needed more budget. So they said, well, if we limit this one, it will save us about 50 million, just an estimate. So let's cut this one for the larger companies.
Yeah. So Inga, we know what Belgium is doing. What would the view be from Estonia on a proposal such as DEBRA?
Well, DEBRA is a good example of the saying that one size doesn't fit all. The objective of DEBRA proposal is to tackle the debt equity bias, and we totally understand that this is a problem in many member states. However, in case of Estonia, the situation is quite different. Due to our corporate income tax system, this problem is not so acute in Estonia. And if we look at the data of the Estonian bank, then actually 64 billion of euros was invested in equity, and only 24 billion of loans was taken by the companies. So actually we don't see that we have this problem which is intended to be tackled by this directive. And for this reason, we are not very eager to implement this directive. Because we have to incur costs to tackle the problem we don't have. And on the other side, we see that this directive can actually cause the problems for the small companies, which don't really have the choice whether to use the equity investments or to take the loans, because in many cases they just have to take the loans because they don't have another possibility. So we're quite worried about the small companies and the impact of DEBRA on them. And also, if we think about the timing and the rapid increase of interest rates, which have dissuasive effect on taking loans anyway, then it seems that at least now, at the current economic situation, DEBRA doesn't seem to be a very reasonable proposal at the moment.
Great. Just got a really interesting question from the audience, which ties in with my next question for you, Uwe. I think the question is on the point of one size not fitting all. Shouldn't the Commission be aiming for harmonizing policies to the lowest common denominator in member states?
The question is very, very difficult to answer. Yeah. Sometimes rules have to be harmonized, and sometimes it is a free choice. So when we all drive our cars, we all have to drive on the proper side of the street to avoid accidents. This must be regulated and must be harmonized. When it comes to the cars, we have our free choice. Every car is more or less different according to the wishes of the world. If there is problem which is really significant at EU level and should be tackled by all, then it is an issue for which a directive should come. The problem is there, and the problem is even more urgent now in the time of crisis. How can we prepare our companies for a possible recession, for the outcome of the current crisis? More equity, more stable. So, and now the argument from Inga is also there, it's very valid. We are now already have the interest rate increases, it gets more expensive. Should it be adjusted? Should it be a little bit withdrawn? Should it be not one size fits all, or should we have 2 or 3 different options there? That is a discussion which takes in council. Actually, in council, the 27 discuss on the basis of their own views as the outcome. So I cannot say, yes, this is a proper approach here, or in general, we should do this. One has to look at the issue and the problem and then make a good decision how much is needed and how much should be allowed to the national framework which fits better a more specific rules there. That's all what I can say on this harmonization question.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one.
Thank you. I think if we bring Pillar 2 back in the game, and when I looked at the communication from May 2021, what I found quite interesting is how Pillar 2 is being used as a good idea or an interesting development to maybe revive and revise some of the old kind of ongoing pending ideas. We had the CCCTB, now it's been revived into BFIT. The other thing which I picked up on, it's like one tiny sentence, but with potentially really interesting consequences, is the review of the IRD, the Interest and Royalty Directive. I think almost or more than a decade ago, there was the idea of at least making sure that if payments leave the EU, of subjecting them to tax. Now an argument can be made, you should subject them to tax at 15%. I think really good point there. And I mean, it's a strong argument, but Jean-Philippe, I think if you look at the history, very simple question, but maybe with a more complicated answer, do you think Pillar 2 materially or significantly changes the game? Is this time different?
Good question. Of course, I don't have a crystal ball here, so but I will try to do my best to answer this question as good as possible. I think if you look at the history of how the directives in the area of direct taxation, I think it took you had the European Union was found, and then it took quite some time before you had the first directives, the merger directive, parent subsidiary directive, later interest and royalty directive. It took quite some time, and then you had the BEPS project, and I think that really accelerated the process. You had the ATAT1, ATAT2, the DAX, different versions popped up. So I think there was, let's say that there was quite some progress suddenly made. And then now with the Pillar 2 followed, and I think you had then quickly this draft directive. Okay, you had the model rules published, then you had the draft directive there. And now, well, we're close to having it agreed, but well, they're still not. And I think this really now, it seems that they're no longer in the good flow. I think if you have, okay, you had this communication business taxation in the 21st century. A bit later, you had as well this the Fit for 55 package, whereas as well contained several tests. Well, I cannot say tax measures, but it are not. Commission don't want it to be taxes called taxes, I think. But at the end, it are carbon pricing measures. But there as well, you do not see real progress yet, or I don't think we're close to an agreement there yet. So I think now what will happen, I think the next months, and especially whether we will have this unanimity on this Pillar 2 directive, can really again accelerate, be an accelerator for the next steps. However, if you do not have this unanimity, I think it might slow down progress on all other areas as well. So I think it might be a crucial moment, I think, the coming months to see what happens there. But it's, as I said, it's a bit speculating.
Yeah.
That might be my best guess.
Maybe we can, looking at you, maybe you can provide a little bit of clarity. Is there, let's say, as Jean-Philippe was alluding to, more of, let's say, a moment in time where you wait and see what happens with Pillar 2 before the Commission decides to spend a bit more time and resources on maybe blowing new life into amendments to the Interest and Royalty Directive, or is there more advanced thinking happening of how could we potentially recast the IRD, or is it still very early days?
No, in particular on the Interest and Royalty Directive, it needs a modernization. We have the European company, the European Co-op Society. They are already in place for more than 10 years, and they are still not in the annex. And it was the dispute about the minimum taxation on the other side of the payment stream, namely on the side of the recipient, which was a disputed item and blocked a modernization of the directive. So I hope that as soon as Pillar 2 is adopted, there is a revival of the discussion in Council. It's a pending proposal in Council since November 2011, and it's up for the next presidency or the over-next presidency just to bring it back when this presidency sees this as part of their policy objectives and fits into their tax policy agenda. You also mentioned the other ones to relieve. As much as I would like to say, oh yes, we don't need ATAD 1 or ATAD 2 anymore because there is now already a proper taxation ensured, but the old directives were for all corporate taxpayers. So for the small ones, for the big ones, they had the same benefits on the parent-sub directive, on merger. Pillar 2 is only catching the big ones, the 750 million. And when the 750 million companies are probably taxed at 15%, should I then abolish for the 600 million annual turnover group the interest limitation rule, the hybrid mismatch rule? Probably one cannot. And even I think it would be an issue for the member states then to say, suddenly I exclude one constituent entity from the rules and the other not. But Interest and Royalty Directive, we would hope that progress can be achieved there on this pending Sleeping Beauty once Pillar 2 goes ahead.
Great. Sleeping Beauty, that, maybe Michael, looking at you, specifically looking at the Netherlands, maybe trying to assess what this could mean for competitiveness. I think when I looked at the Netherlands, there are similar but different, I think, conditional withholding taxes for, payments to jurisdictions that feature on the money laundering and the tax blacklists, and to jurisdictions that have corporate income tax rate, I think, under 9%. How, if we maybe get a glimpse on what this could mean should this idea of the IRD amendment become effective, how has that impacted the Netherlands? Very well aware that this is still very different from what we're talking about with the IRD, but maybe get an early insight or your opinion on what you think this could mean for other member states.
Well, it's also a bit difficult to say because all the other member states are changing position as well. So that's, I think, also why you should not see the Dutch developments in isolation. What's interesting, by the way, of course, is that the background of the issues that the Netherlands is now trying to fix for itself was in the fact that the Dutch tax system was very much based on a few fundamental principles, like low withholding taxes in a broad treaty network, capital import neutrality, participation exemption is one of the first countries to introduce that. Right? And sort of the extreme effect of that was, apart from attracting genuine FDI, that it became sort of a conduit for types of structures that the current politician thinks are not desirable. And there was both internal pressure, internal political pressure, and external pressure to change that. And I think the Netherlands went into that change process a couple of years ago. But I think what was decisive there for the Netherlands as well is that for the Netherlands, it would not make sense to be also the only mover. It was willing to be a first mover. But it also, of course, needed to help make sure that the issue would not simply move to another country. So also these things like a conditional withholding tax were also made possible because, for example, the Action 6 minimum standard was adopted and that other alternative routes were being closed off as well. So I think that the more extreme structures would therewith eventually or should eventually disappear. If you look at it at the whole environment more in a more agnostic way, so apart from the morale perspective, the end result will be that in principle return on investment will be lower, especially return on investment from outside the EU into EU. Some of these routes are closed off. And I think going forward, there will also be an interesting policy debate on whether high withholding taxes that we're soon facing because some of these routes being closed off, what does that mean for competitiveness of the EU as an entire market? And are withholding taxes sustainable or not? So I think it will have to lead to a broader reassessment, not only in the Netherlands.
Gotcha. Maybe Inga, getting a view from Estonia, how would, I don't know, withholding taxes, if they leave the EU, how would that impact Estonia?
Well, I think that Estonia would prefer the Sleeping Beauty to keep on sleeping, just because we already have enough things to deal with. And speaking about the withholding taxes, we actually don't have a withholding tax on interest. And we have a withholding tax on royalties under certain conditions. And at the moment, it is difficult to say whether we would like to implement the withholding tax, but it would definitely have some influence on our competitiveness. But since we don't know the details and in which way the Sleeping Beauty would wake up, then it is quite
very grumpily.
It is quite difficult to say exactly whether we would support it or not, but at the moment we would prefer the Sleeping Beauty to sleep.
Great. I think maybe if we finish off the last few minutes on what I always say, you can't take the politics out of tax in the EU. We've heard it, I think, from everyone that there are now, seems to be a deadlock, at least at the council level. There are these 5 countries that decide to potentially we go ahead just by ourselves. There is also the route of enhanced cooperation is being talked about. If you read some academics, they say, well, a treaty change is needed, which is probably even more intrusive and more in the future. Maybe Uwe, getting your perspective, I can imagine it must be quite frustrating to come up with a lot of ideas, quite frankly, for a lot of member states and a lot of academics think they're brilliant ideas, but one member state can say no and pause the whole proposal. The first time I think it came up was Jean-Claude Juncker on top of my head in 2017. There were some avenues that were tried, passerelle clause, Article 116, the legal basis. We mentioned it with the country-by-country reporting. Is there, let's say, from the EU Commission side, I can imagine the desired or the most favorable outcome is still have an EU-wide solution. But I think if what I see coming up from commissioners is that they get increasingly frustrated. Are there any more, let's say, concrete proposals or strategies, quote unquote, being devised to maybe circumvent the veto right of member states?
Are you an executive or are you a non-executive? Meaning, when you are in the driver's seat and you like to drive in a certain direction, and someone in the back seat said no, you would not like to see a veto possibility. And this is a very, very sensitive issue. First, one should not forget that the right to decide about taxes in a territory, to define the taxes, to levy taxes, to collect, is one of the basic definition elements for a state. To give it completely away would move a little bit away from the EU member state to a more federal structure. One has to see. Second, taxation imposes, when it's come from a directive, an obligation for a member state to actually apply. So it's not any longer a decision by your own. You have to tax something what you don't want to do it if it's against one. So any change to the unanimity would require, even if it's only in a very well-defined area, would require an option not to apply. You know, that let the others decide, but I don't want to have this in my state because I still want to decide the taxation in my state. So you could not block, but you would also not be obliged to follow. And then, do we have a constitution? Because a constitution in most states is actually to protect the minority from a majority decision. You know, a constitution is not to allow the majority to determine what should be done. They have already this in the democratic institutions. The constitution is actually protect the weak, the minority, those who have not the majority votes in parliament, who are not in government. What would be the mirror of such a constitution element in place? Okay. That is one aspect. The other aspect is, of course, in time of crisis, there is sometimes necessary to take measures, and the question for us is, more than 130 states agreed to the Pillar 2. They agreed to an ambitious implementation plan. The model rules are out. They agreed as a common standard. The directive is on the table. The directive is flexible. We have other instruments, and the 5 member states that we do not think in such a case that we want to wait for a unanimity approval. We are prepared to go ahead. In such a conflictual situation, it's very difficult to say what should be the case. I think it's an American word. Strong cases make bad legislation. So one should maybe not on this concrete proposal open a discussion on this. I think it should be if there is a discussion needed and it wants to go in this direction, we know that also European Parliament wants to have a more institutional power in such area, then it should not be done on the basis of Pillar 2 because we have the instruments, we have the options, and I think that is all what I can say on this topic now.
Great, thank you. I think if we trickle down preferred solution, EU-wide directive, then second preferred or second best would be, I would say, enhanced cooperation, where, let's say, you exclude Hungary as the debate stands today, and all the rest goes ahead. Not sure whether they will, but even the next best route, enhanced cooperation, I think on the top of my head it's been used 2 or 3 times, not massively successful. There are quite a few, I think, hurdles to overcome there as well. It was attempted with the financial transaction tax, even when Olaf Scholz was a big supporter, and still. Maybe Jean-Philippe, could you give us some overview of what do you think some of these hurdles might be? And then a second add-on question, would you think, I think everyone is talking about the domino effect, critical mass. Do you think countries will go at it themselves as well, if they can't implement it with enhanced cooperation?
Yeah, maybe first addressing the question on enhanced cooperation. I think if you indeed, so this procedure in general has not been used very often. It's really used in exceptional cases. In the area of taxation has never been successful. So you had indeed, as you referred to, the financial transaction tax not managed there as well. Then the procedure then was slowed down. We get just some countries then objecting against this, using this as a remedy and so on. So I think if you aim for 1st January 2024, I doubt that enhanced cooperation is the right way to go. I don't think you will arrive there then yet. But as I said, no experience there in practice, so it would be interesting to see how it goes. I think everyone would be especially people dealing with European law, would be interesting to see how it evolves, but maybe that's not the reason why you should do so. If you think, what other countries will do, well, I think there are some statements from some countries that they said they will move ahead even if there's no unanimity, even if not via enhanced cooperation, that they are willing to go unilaterally in a statement. And there may be reflecting as well on Belgium, as we had as referred to, we had these budgetary agreements. So we had, Belgium was as well supporting, always said, like finance minister always supported this minimum tax, was well included in the budget, they included in the revenue, so we had this 300 million of revenues was included there. Well, as from 1st January, 2023, well, we will not have Pillar 2 from then. So they had budgetary discussions earlier this month, and they say, well, we need other revenue. And so they changed the system, and now they have kind of an alternative minimum tax, not like the US, but still a way, and they said, well, this is temporary until we have Pillar 2. So they're counting on the revenue there. So I think Belgium might be as well one of these countries, well, at least we should have revenue. We included this in our budget. I think might be other countries as well who included revenues from Pillar 2 in their budget. So we will have to take a decision there.
Gotcha. I think, Inga, maybe moving it to Estonia, we see Bruno Le Maire on TV bringing up these ideas, enhanced cooperation. France might go at it himself together with the 4 other jurisdictions. What would, but this is all in the context of Pillar 2, if that were to change, it might set a precedent for other tax initiatives. If that, in a very long term, it would switch to qualified majority voting, it impacts almost everything in the field of taxation. I think I've heard from you and a lot of colleagues, there's not always a lot of enthusiasm to implement whatever the EU Commission is proposing. I've done a little bit of back of the envelope calculations. It will require a lot of smaller member states to form a blocking minority. France and Germany are incredibly powerful just by themselves. What would you see as the main threat of a shift or a move away from the veto right for Estonia?
Well, for Estonia, unanimity is very important because we need to stay for the interests of small countries. And the most important problem that we see is that our tax system is so simple that even if sometimes Germany and France are thinking that they're trying to simplify something, for us it is always becoming more complicated. So if we switch from unanimity to qualified majority, then we're afraid that it will lead to kind of the race of increased bureaucracy and tax compliance costs. Maybe for someone they will decrease, but for us they continue to increase, and it is not what we're very happy about. So we do really hope that unanimity will remain and that we will be able to fight for the simple and efficient tax system.
Thank you. We have 1 minute left. Michael, could I ask you, do you have any thoughts or closing remarks on unanimity, the debate, or I know none of us have a crystal ball here, but what do you think could happen in the future, or the future of Pillar 2 in general in Europe?
Yeah, I think an additional interesting angle to that whole debate is also about sort of broader stakeholder involvement in the European legislative process, right? So I think also there are also broader discussions about the democratic setup of the EU and possible reforms of the treaty, also from that broader perspective. And I think when you think about all these tax directives that are being proposed, they are proposed under high political pressure from UWE's leadership. They're pushed out to the member states and a lot of pressure with very little involvement from national parliaments at that stage, and no involvement or no formal involvement of the European Parliament at that stage. Sometimes things move very rapidly. Think about the windfall tax, right? It was just adopted in 3 weeks with a qualified majority under an emergency measure. Where was the stakeholder input opportunity there? So I think whatever system there is, whether it's to keep relying on unanimity, whether it's qualified majority voting, that broader democratic process, I think, will be very important to improve. And I think everybody will be benefiting from that, businesses and citizens alike.
Brilliant. Well, that leaves me to thank everyone on the panel for their incredibly valuable insights and their time. So thank you very much. I've been taking questions throughout the session. Not every single one explicitly, but I think some of them might have been answered throughout the panel. So yeah, that was it in the end. So thank you very much to all our panelists.
What we see here is really the concept of first in, last out. You saw me at the beginning, and now I'm talking again. And we heard that, well, whether we want it or not, the Estonian tax administration is going to have to get more familiar with accounting concepts. So this is a good start. And I would also like to go back to what we started with, and that is Tax Foundation and its ranking and Estonia's position on it. And the question I'd like to ask is, does it even matter? So we're number one. What does it give us? Well, it's not decisive. Well, you look at the country's ranking. U.S. this year is number 22. For some reason, we haven't had a massive fluctuation of business, a massive gravitation of business away from U.S. to Estonia. But it still shows us something. Well, it shows us that we are an open, business-friendly country. I think how the Tax Foundation ranking works is you basically ask yourself 3 questions. When it comes to tax system, is it easy? Is it fair? Does it bring in enough money? And if the answer to all those questions is more or less yes, and I know that's a question of judgment, but more or less yes, then you will see yourself at the top of the ranking. And it doesn't really matter whether you are number 1 or number 2, but you want to. Okay, thank you. I hope you still heard me. Well, anyway, no big loss if you didn't. So what I was saying is, if you find yourself at the top of the list, it does tell you that you're doing the right thing. And when we go back to difference in rankings and how it affects the countries, then we have to keep in mind that countries are different. So the ranking might not affect US so much, but it does affect us. So if at some point businesses face the decision whether they want to be based in Estonia or, okay, I'm not going to name a country, well, country X on continent Y, and the business decision is tilted towards us, then all we can say is thank you to Tax Foundation and to Daniel as its embodiment. This has naturally brought me to thank yous. So again, Tax Foundation. I would also like to thank all the panelists whose insights have been invaluable, illuminating, thought-provoking. I would like to thank you all the participants. I hope you all found something for yourselves that you can take away and well, that doesn't keep you up at night, but still makes you ponder. I would like to thank the team in Estonia Ministry of Finance. And I would like to thank, in particular, one person who has been incredibly instrumental in making it happen. And yes, Helen, I'm looking at you. There are so many unanswered questions. One thing I would like to propose for our next year's conference is the question of tax mix. And I know that EU is going to have something quite interesting happening in that vein very soon. But for us, the discussion would be very beneficial as to, I think there are questions on how we can keep our current corporate income tax system going while providing just a little more revenue so that it would allow us to do other things that we want to do. For example, to reduce the VAT rate that is, well, at the moment, a little bit regressive and so on. So next year, same time. I'm hoping to see you all. Thank you.